didn't put the mic on. That's bad. We live and we learn. It's all good. So wait, what button is that? That's like a certain. This one. It'll just stay on now. I don't. It shouldn't be that loud. Maybe it's too close. No, no. It should. We shouldn't hear anything right now. Okay.
So my name is Matthew Fehmel. I did my senior internship at William Ravius. Well, who am I? I'm Matthew Fehmel, a high school student passionate about brain performance, business, and learning through real-world experiences. Where did I intern? I interned at William Ravius Realty with Team Porto. I learned in the real estate industry under Luke Porto, a licensed professional working in Milford, Connecticut, who was my site supervisor. Luke Porto, Mr. Porto mentored me throughout this internship, giving me insight into how listing works from start to finish. I focused specifically on the role of a listing agent. So I wanted to learn how real estate works in real time, especially how properties are listed, priced, and sold. I was also interested in learning how business professionals generate leads and convert them into clients. So what is the business of this site? Luke Porto works as a real estate listing agent. That means he helps homeowners sell their properties by pricing them, marketing them, showing them, and closing deals. What were my expectations prior to the internship? I expected to observe a few open houses and get a general business exposure, but what I got was a full breakdown of how listings are actually generated, valued, and negotiated. So my responsibilities, so I created and distributed marketing flyers with QR codes for lead generations. I used vision appraisal to pull detailed home data, evaluated my own home in person to simulate a property walkthrough. I analyzed and compared local property sales to estimate home value, and practiced building a comparative market analysis called CMA. And if you could see this right here is what I went to house, putting on their doorknobs. It was a marketing side of the business. So another responsibility was I had to take pictures and record addresses of distressed houses. And these are some of the houses I recorded. So some of my accomplishments over the few weeks, I understood the full listing process from forming, prospecting to pricing. Estimated my home value at $975,000 to $1 million, based on hard data and comparisons, which I can show you the comparison of each house in my neighborhood. So I practice real skills that agents use to win clients and close deals. So some challenges I had, a big challenge I had was not fully understanding or using the resources available to me. For example, I went to Staples to print a large number of documents for the internship and ended up spending over $100 because I didn't think through cheaper or more efficient options ahead of time. That experience taught me that the importance of planning, budgeting, and asking questions before taking action. So my conclusion: how did the internship contribute to your growth? It taught me to look at homes, and out, not just emotionally. So it taught me to look at homes more, look at them more detailed. I developed attention to detail, marketing awareness, and confidence in business communication. It gave me a better understanding of a real-world economics and negotiation. Skills I developed: real estate marketing, market research and analysis, use of tools like vision appraisal, public speaking and presenting home value. Will the internship help you in the future? Yes, I now have a strong foundation in real estate and business strategy, which directly supports my interest in cognitive science, entrepreneurship, and practical problem solving. Conclusion: future plans. I plan to attend Quinnipiac University in the fall as a business major. I plan to continue building my knowledge in business communication and neuroscience. I will use tools like MindLift, Moose S, and Heart Math to enhance my brain and learning. Real estate remains a potential career or investment path in my long-term vision. Was I offered a summer job? Not formally, but I built a lasting connection with Luke Porto and left the door open for future opportunities in real estate. Questions?
So you mentioned on a particular slide distressed homes?
Yeah, it's like distressed homes, meaning homes that are in need of a lot of renovation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what were like the criteria you were looking for when you had to take photos of what were considered distressed homes? What were some of the things you were looking for?
Yeah. Houses that needed a lot of renovation. So usually houses that are are usually gutted houses, per se.
Mm-hmm. Like when you looked on the outside, was it like you saw that the paint was peeling, or like did you have to do some internal investigation, or was it mainly just on looks?
Yeah, so my site supervisor gave me some houses that he knew from his experience. So he told me we checked out each house, and what we did was we compared the house using CMA, comparative market analysis, and we could value that house, and that's pretty much.
So you've got like the value in comparison to like things in that same neighborhood. Is that how that works? So you kind of like compare it, and if it needed like the gut job or whatever, what does he do with that information once he has it?
Well, he could estimate the house worth.
House worth. Okay, gotcha. I was just trying to follow. This is a totally new concept for me.
Yeah.
And then you said you did some analysis on the home that you live in, which is super cool. So what did you learn through that process? Were you surprised by the numbers that came out for that, or were you like, oh no, that seems like that makes sense?
Well, I was not really surprised, just because of how much work we've done on our house.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know that the things have been invested in it, so the property value went up.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I just think you did a really nice job. You gave us some really good images to look at too, and I think that Luke, I think, supported one of our other interns last year. So I love that relationship has continued, and it sounds like you have a nice relationship with him. So hopefully that will serve you well in the future.
Thank you.
Good deal. All right, great work.
So I did my internship at Fluorescent. My name's Alexa Rosati, and Fluorescent is a local flower shop downtown Milford, and my supervisor was Elizabeth Wecker. The reason why I chose Fluorescent was because I enjoy creative and hands-on work, and I'm interested in learning about floral design. I wanted to experience what it's like to work in a small business, and I love the idea of making things that bring people joy. Fluorescent, their main business is selling flowers and floral arrangements for various occasions like birthdays and weddings, funerals, dances, banquets, and holidays. My prior expectations going in were to learn how to arrange flowers and create bouquets, help with basic tasks like watering and organizing, and interact with customers and learn their needs. Some of my responsibilities were washing buckets daily, watering plants, sweeping, ringing up customers, boxing orders, conditioning flowers, preparing buckets for incoming flowers, preparing vases for orders, delivering flowers, picking up orders at the wholesaler, and writing cards for arrangements. Some of my accomplishments were I created a Mother's Day bouquet for my mom. I put a picture right here. That made me really happy because it made me happy to make something for someone I care about and put all her favorite flowers in there. And then I learned how to condition flowers, and I can do it very quickly now. Basically, conditioning flowers consists of taking them out of the packaging, and then you cut them on an angle, and then you take off any greenery or foliage that would be in the water in the bucket so it doesn't contaminate the water. And then I learned how to use an old school cash register. That was hard, but I got good at it. And then I processed over 300 hydrangeas in less than 2 hours for a wedding. That was this past weekend. Some of my challenges were learning each flower's name and care instructions. Some of them stay in the rubber bands, and some of them get cut at different lengths. Like tulips, you have to keep them in their packaging. Managing my internship time with other activities. I stayed till about 4 at my internship every day, so it was kind of hard to make plans with friends and stuff, and also be at my internship. Keeping up with tasks during rushes. An example of this is Mother's Day. I started my internship on Mother's Day weekend, so it was really hard. There were flowers coming in all the time. There were people coming in all the time. Calls constantly being made. And then washing buckets and trying to get them out of the sink was really hard because they're really heavy, and the faucet is low on the sink, so I can't get them out of the sink. And then the skills that I developed from this were that I learned better time management, I became more responsible, I improved my teamwork and communication, and I learned how to problem solve quickly. Will the internship experience help you in the future? Yes, I think it will. It showed me what real work is like, and it helped me see that I enjoy creative, hands-on environments, and it gave me useful skills for any job. My future plans, I plan to babysit over the summer, and then in the fall I'll attend Seton Hall University and major in biology on the pre-med track, and hopefully I'll apply to a 4-year med school and do a dermatology residency for 4 years and then become a board-certified dermatologist. And then some of my favorite memories were setting up centerpieces at Tide and taking a tour. So Tide is a wedding venue down by Walnut Beach, and it's really pretty. It's brand new, and it's just gorgeous. And setting up for a baby shower at Gusto's. Gusto's is a restaurant kind of on the Post Road, and it was really fun and cute to see all the decorations in there. And then I learned how to make boutonnieres, so that was interesting. Mm-hmm. These are some of the boutonnieres I made. They're not great, but, and then this is pictures of Tide, and right here is the centerpieces on the table, but you can't really see them, but yeah, I'm done.
I think if you give yourself more credit, I don't know how to make a boutonniere, so those looked great to me.
Thank
to the
you.
untrained eye, congrats
you.
on that. I feel like this is just a fun skill to know.
Yeah, it was really fun.
And you obviously have like an appreciation for like somebody who works hard, and like these are things that we don't think of all the time, but
Yeah.
you order flowers for a special occasion, then they just show up and they're beautiful. But you don't really think about all the work that goes in behind the scenes to get that bouquet to wherever it needs to go.
Yeah.
So that must have been really interesting. Was this one of
Yeah.
your first like part-time type job experiences?
No, I used to have a job.
Good. So
Yeah.
like this wasn't like all brand new skills, just enhancing maybe some skills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Questions? Any other questions? Nobody. Well, I guess I'll reiterate with one last piece. Was there anything here at law that you think prepared you for doing an internship?
Honestly, there wasn't a specific class, but probably just like having like assignments that had a due date and stuff like that. It really helps with this internship because like there's certain orders and they need to be done for certain days and times and stuff. So it was just easy to get it done, and
Yeah.
because of due dates and all that stuff.
It was like having a school project that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I getcha. Well, great job. Nice work.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I did my internship on the Health Improvement Alliance. So my name is Sarah and I'm attending the University of Connecticut in the fall, and I plan on majoring in international affairs with a minor in Spanish. And I hope to one day work for a humanitarian organization or become an immigration lawyer. So where did I intern? I interned for the Health Improvement Alliance, otherwise known as the HIA, and they're a community-based health initiative based off of improving health outcomes for people in the greater Bridgeport area, and they also conduct research every year in a community health needs assessment, otherwise known as the CHNA data book. So my site supervisor was Gina Smith, otherwise known as Kaitlyn's mom, and she's the manager of the community health in the Office of Health Equity and Community Impact. So, yeah. And why did I choose to intern for the HIA? So my initial plans for my internship was to intern for a place that gave out immigration services, but due to the state of our federal government, I couldn't really find anywhere that could take me as an intern due to budget cuts, and most of the places that I looked into ended up going completely virtual. And I wanted to work with immigrants, strictly giving them access to education, healthcare, and more. And that leads me to the HIA's mission, which is addressing social determinants such as access to food, healthcare, and education. And again, they also conduct research, so I thought that was really cool. Since I did take AP Seminar and AP Research, I want to conduct research in college, so I thought it was really cool that I saw the things that I did in class in my internship. And how do they do all of this? So basically they coordinate with local organizations to offer resources such as food drives, health screenings, and outreach events to improve the well-being of the Bridgeport community. And my expectations for my internship was that it was just going to be healthcare. I was really afraid of going into this because I am not a STEM person. I do not want to go into healthcare. And I thought I was just going to be assisting health professionals and lending a helping hand at health screenings. But basically my job consisted of a variety of things. So one of the main things was social media. So I was lucky to work with Naina, and we both run our student council Instagram. So we already knew what we wanted to do going into social media, and we created and scheduled social media content to promote events and health awareness. And another thing we did was data entry. So basically for all of the health screenings, everyone had to fill out a form, and that form consisted of information about their medical history, whether or not they have access to education, or if they get government assistance. And we help track these information, the information provided and the services provided. Another thing that we did was health screening bags. So we prepared health screening bags that included information and supplies for community members. So these bags included packets that were basically kind of health watch journals, an exercise band for example, senior citizens. If they can't have access to a gym or other ways to exercise, they can use that, and a pen as well as a pedometer. And lastly, the food distributions, which was my favorite part because I got to have that face-to-face interaction with people of Bridgeport, and I'm from Bridgeport, so it was nice to give back to my community and kind of see myself in their shoes. And we set up the food distributions and gave out the food to people in need. And here's some pictures. So this is an example of some of the posts that we made. And a really good thing about doing social media for an organization like this is that we get real feedback. It's not like our social media page where it's like we pick what we want to do and like make it aesthetically pleasing. Like, no, it has to be right, correct. And one of the pieces of feedback that we got from Gina was making sure that we got our sources right. So that was basically combining the social media aspect of my school life as well as the AP research part and putting it into one. And here's some photos of the data entry and the forms that we had to put into basically an Excel sheet, and then the bags that we had to make, and then us at the food distributions. Some accomplishments that I feel that I achieved during this was helping increase engagement on the HIA social media pages. Me and Naina were talking about leaving something for Gina to post after we're done, so we are going to work on that. and organizing hundreds of packages of health screening kits. So this is an example of one thing that we did. We had to make and cut 750 of these vouchers. It was a lot and it was really time consuming, but we got it done. And here's some of the packets that we put into the health screening bags and me at the food distribution. And lastly, assisting in several successful community food drives and that served dozens of families. So here are some challenges that I faced while participating in this internship. It was a lot of time-consuming work while being repetitive, but I feel like all of it was towards a really good cause, so I didn't really have a problem with it, because at the end of the day, we still got to participate in the food distributions. And the fear of messing up in terms of the data entry, I didn't want to get anything wrong. That was kind of my biggest fear, because it is going into research and I didn't want to skew any of that data up. And lastly, the scheduling. The easy part is that Gina works from home, so we got to just go to her house whenever we wanted, but kind of working out our scheduling on top of school stuff and stuff outside of school was kind of difficult. And this internship helped me grow in ways that helped me develop skills such as time management, like I said before, scheduling everything. And we worked from home also, so kind of scheduling what I was going to do at home and making sure I actually did the work. Teamwork, collaborating with staff and other volunteers to get things done, working with Naina and the volunteers for the food share. It was really fun to meet a bunch of people that lended a helping hand into a really good cause. And technology, we had to use a specific platform. We couldn't use Google Docs or any of that. We had to use Excel and Word, and we had to get used to putting all of the data into that. And problem solving and public service, interacting with people in need in professional ways. Some people attending these food distributions, this is their only way to get food. I remember one time we were giving out eggs and a woman was like, "You guys are only giving out one?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "I have 12 grandchildren." And I looked at Gina and Dana, I was like, what do I do in this situation? But kind of dealing with those tough situations does help me. For example, I want to go into humanitarian work. It does help me figure out ways to fix these issues. And it gave me a deeper understanding of the real-world impact of public health and how important community engagement is in addressing those local needs. One thing I learned overall is that public health isn't just health related. It's not STEM. It's not just that. It's about education, access to food, access to housing. And I feel like that is my biggest takeaway, because it ended up being way more interesting than I thought it would, and I learned a lot more than I thought I would. So my immediate plans for the future are working, starting new hobbies, and volunteering this summer before going to UConn. And I would love to continue volunteering at the food distributions as well. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot about the questions.
Questions from our audience members.
As someone who has so much potential and is so very capable in so many different ways, why is humanitarian aid something you're most passionate about?
I feel like humanitarian aid kind of goes hand in hand with the immigration stuff that I want to go into. And one thing I started realizing when, as we're getting closer and closer to graduating, is that for my work, I don't want to be stuck in an office, in a box for my entire life. So I would love to have that face-to-face connection with other people and just being able to help the quality of life. And humanitarian work is also included in politics, so it all goes hand in hand, and I feel like that is very interesting.
So you mentioned that this was not even on your first idea of something you wanted to do for an internship. Do you feel like it was still worthwhile, worth your time, that you got something out of it?
I feel like it was really worthwhile. I feel like it was kind of meant to be. I mean, it was literally right there. It's Kaitlyn's mom. I had the opportunity the entire time, but I went to so many different ways to find it. And like I said, I learned so much, and I'm honestly really happy that I ended up doing it. Even with the 750 vouchers I had to do and all the health screening bags, I feel like it was all worth it. And it teaches me that there's so much things that happen behind the scenes that go into providing these services to people in need.
I just have a comment. I think it's piggybacking off of what you both said, that obviously you're very capable of doing all sorts of wonderful things, and I know you kept hitting these hurdles of like, oh, everything I'm trying is not working out. So I think you mentioning that it was there all along, it just almost never even maybe dawned on you, or you didn't think maybe that was the exact direction you wanted to go, so I'll try something else before going that way. I think that's gonna be helpful for future interns, to be open to all sorts of opportunities, to look at like who's in your backyard, right? And like who you're maybe already connected with physically and like figuratively. But I think it's definitely great reflection. And I love the photos you included because I think that's going to be really nice for, again, future interns to be able to see and for students who are interested in similar things to you. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi guys, this is my internship presentation. So most of you know I go to Aqua, so my internship was at Aqua. So like just a little bit of how I got there. I've always loved marine science. I've always been a big fan of it since like I think 5th grade. I've been doing marine summer camps. I always knew that it was something I wanted to do. And the way Aqua is structured is that it's not just marine science. There are many different like structured class pathways students can go down. We have like our wood tech and like engineering pathway. There's like the hard sciences. And then we have like the marine science pathway, which I've always been on. And the way the marine science pathway works is that there's 2 main ecology classes, which is the study of the oceans. One is really based around actual ecology, like life processes in the oceans, and the other one is based around the aquaculture industry and how that works. And through those classes, you become dedicated to different parts of our school's hatchery, which is a full-on working hatchery. These are photos of it right here. It's huge. It's like a full warehouse. If you take the culture of aquatic species, which is the one about aquaculture, that one is more focused around learning how to work with the fish in our coral reef systems. And the ecology class is more focused around our crustaceans, so our crayfish and our lobsters. So when you take these classes, if you do well enough in them and like you show promise while working in the hatcheries, you were asked to work in those hatcheries over the summer because we also need people to keep the fish alive during those months. So I took culture of aquatic species, which is the aquaculture one, back in my sophomore year. I did well in it, so I was asked to work that summer in the hatchery with the fish and coral reef systems. And then that fall I took the other ecology class and I was asked to come back to the hatchery to work with the lobsters and crayfish, and I was also asked to go back to work with the fish by these are the 2 teachers that run the hatchery, Miss Gladdick and Miss Turner. So I was asked to go back and do both, which is just something that doesn't happen very often. Most people work like a single summer in the hatchery, so me getting asked to do it twice is kind of a big deal. And then this year, senior year, I didn't take either of these classes, but when these teachers would go away for like conferences and stuff or over Christmas break, I was also asked to come back to the hatchery. So I have had a lot of experience and I'm like the student at Aqua that like knows the hatchery the best currently. So when it came time to pick an internship, it was kind of a no-brainer to go to Miss Gladdick and ask, hey, can I do it again? And she was immediately on board with the idea. So my responsibilities. So like I said, the hatcheries is taking care of these 2 classes. So if like for some reason there is less interest in that class that semester, the teacher has to pick up the slack to keep the hatchery running because we do have hundreds of live animals. So specifically Miss Turner's class, the ecology class that takes care of the lobsters and the shell and the crayfish, there were like 20 plus kids in her morning session and about the same number in her afternoon session. So there were people constantly in the hatchery doing that work for her. She was fine. Miss Gladdick had 2 kids in her morning class this semester and about 5 in her afternoon class. So I was mainly focused on the fish and the coral reef systems. They're also harder. There's more intensive work with them. So that is mostly what my internship was focused on. Specifically, our coral reef systems, our past ones kind of suck. I have no better way to say that. They were Miss Gladdick's first attempt at something like this, so there's a lot of issues with them. One in particular has some bacterial infections that are just impossible to get rid of now. It has bristleworms. Like, you can't touch it and then touch other systems. It has to be quarantined. Our other system just like isn't as alive as it should be, so because of that, she's just these past couple months she's been focused on making a bigger one. You can kind of see it. It's a row tank here, which is like our other coral reef systems were like tanks that were like this big. So this was a big deal. We're trying to get it going. So a big part of my internship, like about an hour a day, because I would go into the hatchery 8 to 12, and then I would go to my aqua class in the afternoon. So like about an hour a day, my first hour there, I would be spent doing water quality testing for these coral reef systems, but specifically this new one. Things like ammonia, pH, hardness, nitrate and nitrite, all this stuff, because if those levels are not in the correct parameters and we try to put coral in the system, it will immediately kill it. So this is all about trying to get like the nitrogen cycle started and trying to make sure the levels are fine. We had a really big struggle with salinity over this past month because we found leaks in the system. So I did a lot of that this month. I also did like a bunch of just animal wellness. Backwashes on systems was a big part. That needs to be done like 3 times a week, and we have 20 plus working systems currently. So I did that a lot, especially for the fish. Different fish require different requirements. I was in charge of their feeders, cleaning their tanks, bunch of gross stuff, and just general hatchery maintenance. Like I said, I mainly worked with the fish, but I also was in charge of, like, we just got 9,000 baby lobsters, so I was in charge of water changing them and all that stuff. So challenges, there was a bacterial outbreak in one of our systems. So what that really means is, the fish in the system were barramundi, about 30 full size of them. And this is a working hatchery. We will harvest these fish to sell in our aquas market, but we had not done that yet, mostly because I didn't want them. It's not like a well sought after fish. So we had just about 30 in this system. This isn't the exact system, but it's what this looks like, 2 large industrial sized tanks with about 30 fish split between the 2 of them. And barramundi are very hardy fish, like as in, it is very hard to kill them. They will survive practically any conditions you throw at them. So when Miss Gladdick tells me, hey, I'm going away for the weekend, so I'm gonna be gone Friday and Monday, can you just take care of everything for me? I thought it'd be fine. I come in Monday morning and half the system is floating upside down dead. I did not include a photo of that. So I knew it was bacterial related because they had fin rot and gill rot. What that basically means is that their fins were discolored and literally rotting. And their gills, when they died, their gills weren't flush to their body, they were fully wide open because their gills had rotted from the inside and they died of asphyxiation. They couldn't breathe. I did not include a photo of that either. It's very gross. So I'm freaking out. I have to hurry to get rid of all these fish out of the system. I can see that the other ones aren't doing well either. They also are starting to fin rot. So I knew it was bacterial in nature, but I didn't know what. So I'm consulting with my environmental science teacher who like vaguely knows about this kind of stuff too, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And he's like, listen, you can try to do a chemical bath with them, or you can try to increase their salinity to flush it out, but that could also kill them. In the 2 hours it took me to like do all that and to talk to people and try to backwash the system, another 10 died. So I knew they were just gonna keep dying. I messaged my teacher and I decided to just leave them be. I fully expected them to die overnight. I checked in on them after my class that day, another 2 were dead. There were about 5 remaining. Came the next morning and those ones were alive. They have since recovered. We still don't know what it was. So that was a very stressful time by myself. And honestly, I think today our food science class is harvesting them to practice filleting them, so that tank's empty now. But that was very traumatizing. Accomplishments. So another thing that our hatchery runs with the Culture of Aquatic Species class is raising Atlantic salmon. Like, we literally incubate them as eggs at water that is 1 degree Celsius. And then we raise them, about 200 of them in a tank. These are some of the babies. They're very tiny. And then we do a raise and release program where we release them into the Connecticut River, which is a photo of that. And then we keep about 30 of them each year that we will raise to be about a year old. These are the year-olds. They're roughly 14 inches, a little less. And then we release them as a effort to repopulate them. There's been a lot of overfishing in the past couple decades of them. So I was also in charge of taking care of them, and I was invited to go on the field trip with the class again, which I've already done before, to help release them. That was very fun. I am very proud and very happy I got to do that. So what I gained, because I already knew so much about what hatchery work was going into this, I was very much so left to my own devices. My teachers were teaching classes during this time. They might tell me just to like, hey, do this today, and they just expect me to know how to do it, so it was up to me to time manage and prioritize. Also, I also had to have responsibility during a crisis, and just had to like, just be ready to do all that. So I was offered to go back another summer because, again, 2 people in that morning class, there's not enough interest, so I will be going back, and I'm very excited for that. And then I will be going to UConn Avery Point in the fall, which is to major in marine science. It's about 600 kids total, and like 400 of them are marine science majors, so it's aqua, but college, and that's very exciting for me. And yeah.
Questions?
Yes, Riley.
As I know you said that you've been doing this since like 5th grade. I know that I've known you since you were in like 5th grade. But what inspired you to take that path and to step into going to aquaculture, going into middle school?
Because my mother put me in that summer camp. I know you already know about this summer camp, but it was like a week-long thing, and it was, not to get into it, but it was very hard work for me personally, and that marine science camp was like kind of like my reprieve from all that. It was like, I loved what I was doing. I loved the person who was running it, and I met one of my best friends at that camp, so I just kept going back. And then when going into high school, my mother was like, I want you to do this, if only for a challenge, even if it's not something you want to do for the rest of your life, and I'm very glad she did.
Without that camp experience, do you think you'd still be in the same position you are today?
In what way?
Do you think you'd still pursue an interest in aquaculture?
I think probably not, but I am glad that it turned out the way it is, that it worked out like this.
That was like crazy impactful then.
Yes.
That's very cool. I know, and that's sometimes where things start, right? It's like something small that you don't think is going to be anything, or you're like, oh, it's just to pass the time, or try something new, and it ends up being a passion, which is so cool. I just want to give you a commendable round of applause on managing a crazy crisis. I was lucky enough to read your journal entries, and I remember being like, oh God, please let all these fish survive the next journal entry. I was like, oh my gosh. That is, I think, a wonderful life lesson.
Yeah.
Of just, again, you sought out resources, right? So you probably were in panic mode, but you sought out another teacher for their input. And, again, some of it just came back to, I have to see what happens. And then, did you get any feedback from your teacher when they did come back?
I did. She came back the next day, and she just straight up told me, so the way bacterial infections work is that thing was festering for weeks, and we don't know how it got there. Because usually that's something that like fish pick up in like transportation. We don't, so because of that, she just straight up told me, you unplugged the feeder, you backwash them, you were just there and calm. There wasn't anything else you could have done that would have saved them at that point. There was nothing that could have saved them in that time. They were going to be dead in hours.
It was, nothing would have changed the circumstances.
Yes.
So that probably felt good to hear from like a super
I had,
they're just
and Aqua's a very small school. There's like 15 teachers total, so they all knew about it and were coming to like see it. And they're like, it's not your fault. And I'm like, yeah, but it still doesn't look good when she comes back and they're dead.
It feels like it's on your watch,
Yeah.
right? You will run into the same scenarios through other life experiences, so this is great that you've been through it now, and you kind of know, again, how to approach that when something doesn't go as planned. I think it's just a wonderful example of how like real life experiences like this will teach you lifelong things. So I want to commend you because that is a very scary thing to have gone through. And this is just incredibly fascinating stuff. So I learned some new things reading your reading your journals and watching your presentation. So thank you. Really nice job.
Now it's time to get
Okay, good morning, and this is my internship. Okay. So a little bit about me. My name is Carol Jiang. I'm a senior at Johnson Law High School, and I'll be attending the University of Connecticut in the fall to pursue accounting and minoring in environmental studies. I'm the oldest of 3 children. I have 2 younger brothers. One is turning 11 in December, and the other one turned 14 a few weeks ago. And I'm one of the captains of the Law Girls Tennis team. Here's a picture of the team. That's me, dressed up as a ghost for Halloween, and then this is me holding up a scone. It's not a it was really big. It was like the face is the size of my face. So where did I intern? I interned at Think Energy, which is a company owned by like a Energy Well, which is like their main company, and they focus on renewable and clean energy, which through like electric supply, retail electricity, and community solar. And they supply in like a lot of markets, including Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Texas, Washington, D.C. So like all of these lists on there. So a little bit about community solar. So it is like the name community solar. You don't hear it often. Maybe you do, but I've never heard it before until like this past month. So essentially, like solar developers will build a huge community solar farm, which produces clean energy locally, and this electricity will flow into like the grid, in which then customers will be able to sign up and to reserve a portion of the solar credits in their subscription, and then they'll be able to receive solar credits on their utility bill. And I believe you can pay up to a discount of like 10% for up to 20 years. I think that's a good deal. I don't really pay the utilities, but I'm assuming that's a really good deal. And another thing that I found to be really cool was that they partner with Tribe, which is an organization that protects endangered rainforests. And every time a customer enrolls into Think Energy, 50 trees are saved. And I think that's just like a really nice way for the company to be able to give back to the environment. And what I've learned from Liz is that there's currently a lot of like subsidies giving out into this industry right now, so like which makes this program like really good. And also Think Energy, they also make their own technology. They don't have like a third party where they buy it from, because usually that's really expensive, and because they have like their own technology, it also like saves them a lot of money, and they also sell it as vendors, so they can actually also gain more money from that. So who was my site supervisor? So my site supervisor was Liz. She's currently the SVP of sales at Energy Well. She attended the University of Texas at Austin. She has a bachelor's of business administration and management information systems, and she has worked over 20 years as an executive in marketing and business development. And she actually, I learned this from her resume that she sent me. She's been the founder of 4 other energy companies: Energy Texas, Fairfield Energy, Integrated Agency, and Bounce Energy. So she like is very knowledgeable in this field. She's always been working in like energy companies and like I think she started off as like a consultant for a few years, but like from then on she's always been like vice president, or she's been the director, or like the or like some kind of specialty analysis. Like it's very cool. So someone else who I worked with is Joshua Smith, her dad. He's the director of inside sales at Think Energy. He attended East Carolina University, and his responsibilities include call reporting and analytics. So monitoring call activities, sales performance reporting, which is something I also helped him with, which was develop and deliver sales reports. And then talent acquisition and development, which is like essentially recruiting and interviewing people for this job. And then fun fact, he plays in a cornhole league. I think it's the Milford one, I'm not really sure, but he plays cornhole, which is really cool. So why did I choose this site? So I chose this for a few reasons. So the first reason was, I remember talking to Liz about this like back in April before I started it. I was like, I want to work with numbers, I want to work with financial information because it's something I'm going into. And also green energy wasn't like the top of my list, but like once I started working with it, it was like, yeah, this is definitely something I want to do. And then because it was virtual and like it was just really convenient for me because I had like a lot of other stuff going on outside of this internship, so I was able to like create my own flexible schedule. And it's just interesting to learn how like electricity and like the solar energy is like actually like sold in like a real life business and company. And like honestly, like because like I just wanted to gain real life experience, which was like this whole point of this internship. So what were my expectations? Like obviously gain real life experience by like actually treating this as a real life job with like expectations and like criteria and like making sure I don't mess up. And also like insight into how a company runs and how like their financial data is organized and like computed, because I feel like we don't get to see that often. It's like very private. And actually just learn more about how like clean energy and like renewable energy is presented or advertised, I guess, in actual business industry. So responsibility and tasks. So power setter, energy sales overview, inside sales calls. This is just, I'm gonna go into this in the next few slides. So power setter. So like the first thing that I did, so you can see from here, is that I had to go on their Think Plus website and pull like all of the contracts, like for example, contract summary, terms and conditions, and like because each state has their own like policies, they would have different stuff that you need to sign. So like for example, Washington DC and Connecticut would have like different papers that you would need to sign. I had to like create a chart because currently Liz was telling me they don't have a chart yet, and just like if you had something easier which you could just like pull up, it's easier to see. So I use this to help me with PowerSetter. So PowerSetter is like, currently it's still a demo site. It's like a new channel for them, I'll say channel a lot, which is just a new source for them to get more customers and sales. So I took a lot of screenshots. So I had to like go in and pretend that I was a customer. Like I had to put in I had to put like a fake name, a fake address, like a fake phone number, and like go through the steps to get to the end and just make sure that like, it's not very clear here, but these are all the offer documents, which is essentially what's on here. Make sure that they match what I had in the chart. And usually they do, but if they don't, I would just shoot up an email and be like, hey, like Connecticut doesn't have the promotion terms right now. Can you ask like the team to add that in? So this was also another big thing that I did, which is sales overview Hex. So Hex is like their dashboard that they use to keep track of all their sales. So like total sales in the period, current active RCEs, and by status, like connected would be on flow, pending connection would be like the customer is going to be, and then pending disconnection, they want out, they don't want to be part of this anymore, and then being processed. And so like essentially like Liz is in charge of like, she's always thinking, how do we generate more sales? So because like, do we partner with different programs, different partners, or like, do we add in additional channels, which is like essentially PowerSetter, which is a new channel. And near like this last week, she actually started working like on another channel, electricity rates, I think. So like she's always working on something to like generate more sales. So like with Hex, I had to pull all the information from the charts and graphs, and I had to make charts for like these are the charts I made for each month. So she actually started last year. She had from like January 2024 to October. So I just added in from November 2024 to like April 2025. And I couldn't do May because May wasn't over yet. And then after I did, like you can see at the bottom, after I did it for each month, I had to like put it into like a bigger chart. So like I would sort it by state and I would sort it by channel, and then in the state or the channel I would sort it by community solar sales, or it would be like electricity sales. And then the other thing that I did was inside sales calls with Kaitlyn's dad, Mr. Smith. So what he does, like sometimes so I would help him generate call performance reports. So I would listen to like actual calls, and they would be like 10 to 20 minutes long, depending on how long, like what people need. So this is like an actual like spreadsheet. So this is like a call checklist, and I would have to grade them. Like the person who was taking the calls, they're graded based on a few criteria, which is standard greeting. So like thank you for calling, and then affirmation, information gathering, product introduction, and closing. So like I would help him identify what they would need to improve. And then some challenges and problems. So the main problem was just commitments to things outside of my internship, like AP testing. Tennis was a huge part, definitely, just like anyone who does a spring sport. And then work and other clubs that I would still have to attend. So how did this internship experience contribute to my growth and sense of responsibility? So the big thing that I learned was skill that I like developed was communication, because like I always knew that you had to like send off emails, but I didn't realize how often, like I've sent off so many emails this past month, so many. And then time management, because I had to balance internship with everything else. Organization, it wasn't like huge because I didn't have like a lot of papers that I had, but like definitely I'm the type of person, like if I have 20 tabs open, like I can't stand that. So I had to make like files and like organizers to help me just keep track, and just maintaining like a strong work ethic. And then my future plans, so I'll be attending UConn. I plan to do a 5-year track to get my master's, so just get it done as fast as I can. And then hopefully I can take and pass the CPA exam, and then like explore the environmental consulting field, because it's like something that like I just happened to like find about this year, and it's like something that interests me, so I would just like to explore it more. And then yeah, that's it.
Questions for Carol? All right.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Who do you want to start with?
Just go ahead.
So I always like knew that you wanted to go to accounting, but how did you combine that with environmental science? Like what made you come to that?
Well, I took environmental science with NAME last year, and like I just found out like I actually just really loved it. And like I was just thinking, oh, is there some way I could combine the two? And actually, I had this conversation with like Kaitlyn a few months ago, and she was like, environmental consulting is a thing. I was like, really? And I started researching it, and I was like, oh, this seems really cool. I might want to do this. Yeah.
What's your favorite memory with Kaitlyn's dad? I'm very interested in like, what's your favorite or best part of just doing the internship?
I feel like there's a lot, and then just like he would just be sitting on his bed, and I would just be sitting there listening to calls, and he would just make comments, like it was just a really fun time. He would be like I had a call, and like this woman was obviously really old, and he'd be like, I'm just not gonna go. No.
So I was there for like the whole you trying to find an internship over the past like 6 or so months, and like how hard that was for you. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Sarah. Do you think this was beneficial, even though it was like so not what you were gonna?
Honestly, like yes, because I thought this was just gonna be sort of like boring, I guess. But like then I realized that there's actually a lot more stuff that goes into it, because like obviously I wanted to do something with numbers and like financial information, but then I realized that like they do community solar and like electricity, which is like something that I'm actually looking into. So like now I'm realizing that like this was actually what I kind of wanted all along. Yeah.
I think you gave us like a good little combo though, like, you could see how many numbers, like, play a part in all of this. And so, while maybe it's not in this traditional sense, or the sense that maybe you knew about to begin with, like you were just saying, it kind of morphed into, you know, something that's incredibly beneficial. I love that you have plans to take your, you know, education through the 5 years and do your CPA exam. Do you feel like you're going in more prepared to college after, you know, spending time here at law and then doing the internship? Do you feel like you're ready for that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's done a good job. Good. Glad to hear that. All right, great work.
Alright, hi guys. Today I'll be talking about my internship at HIA. I'm just going to pronounce it like that. But it was the Health Improvement Alliance. So as a little introduction, my name is Sunaina Khan. I always introduce myself as a proud first-generation student coming from a South Asian background because that is my core identity. And because of that, I became passionate about integrating activism and social justice just about wherever I go. But besides that, I'm interested in self-growth, beauty, and makeup, and I like doing art and reading books, and I will be attending UConn in the fall to study international relations under a pre-individualized major. So section 1 will explore where exactly I intern, and we'll go over who, what, and where. So first we'll be talking about who I interned under. My site supervisor was again Gina Smith, Kaitlyn's mom. She is currently a manager at Bridgeport Hospital under the Department of Community Health. I had to stalk her LinkedIn last night and I found all of this information about her, so we'll quickly go over that. So Gina is currently the manager, like I said, but before that she graduated with a degree in public health from East Carolina University, and then she first began her career's journey in Eastern North Carolina as a regional coordinator for the company March of Dimes. What she did there was she did a lot of nonprofit work dedicated to improving the health of babies and mothers. And a form as like volunteer work or supervisor work, she did some school research as well as wellness programs with Yale University and Griffin Hospital. And more up to date, since 2016, she's developed a lot of food programs at HIA, and she's led countless health assessments and coordinated the Greater Bridgeport Region's Community Health of Bridgeport Hospital. And then it's worthy to note that I did it with Sarah Ahmed. Alright, so a little like streamlined version of what my role was as an intern. We start at Bridgeport Hospital as the umbrella term, and then we go to the community health department. And then there comes Gina, and I become an assistant to her, and then she introduces me to Health Improvement Alliance, also known as HIA. And in there, we do some food pantry distributions, health screenings, data entry, and more social media. I'll get into that further on. So where I did my internship was mostly at Gina's house, but it also varied with Bridgeport Hospital. A lot of this variation was because my assigned work was either remote work, which involved a computer, to physical work like assembling items, and then every other week Gina, Sarah, and I would travel down to Bridgeport Hospital for other tasks that support community outreach efforts, which I'll elaborate on later. So the agenda for today, section 2, is I'm going to do some reflection on why I chose this site. I'll talk about some of my expectations, and then I'll explain my responsibilities, and then at the end we'll reflect again on challenges and accomplishments. And at the end we do have a day in the life as an intern that I integrated into my presentation. So, reflecting on why I chose this site, my first choice was this organization called Dear Asian Youth. It was an online social media-based organization which focused on integrating activism in your ethnicity or identity. I did not get that. I interviewed several times with them, but it just didn't end up working out. So I started to look for connections around me. So I found Hia through Carol, and then we went to Kaitlyn, and then we went to her mom, Gina. So that taught me the importance of like local connections and looking like to see who's around you. And just keeping a mental note or list of individuals you meet that you can network with and you can advance your future career. So where I landed at HIA, and it aligned with my values in a completely new field. It became an unexpected better fit, and it also was local, which I liked. So some of my expectations prior to starting with HIA was, with the medical field, I thought it would be very rigid and structured, and I thought it would limit my freedom a lot. I never was a STEM girl either. I always leaned towards humanities, so I just thought that it would not be something I would be interested in. But I realized that it did require a lot of creative solutions that would promote storytelling to encourage local changes. Another thing that I expected was that public health would just be behind the scenes office work, and it would be boring and administrative, but I saw that it involved being on the front lines and working with your community to bring people together. And then lastly, I just thought that anything to do with health or the medical field meant that you would need a STEM degree, but that's absolutely not true. And there's a lot of interdisciplinary things that go into college and just choosing your major, and a lot of things like public health can blend policy work, communication, and even urban planning. So the mission of HIA was mainly community impact, accessibility, and education. It advocates for equitable public health solutions across Greater Bridgeport region. On the right over here, it shows you all their initiatives that they do. We'll be focusing on mainly Know Your Numbers further on, but they also do the community health needs and planning, like the CHNA report that Sarah also talked about, and through that we assess health gaps and planning solutions. We also do food distributions, like the bi-weekly pantry events to fight food insecurity, and then some other things that they do is promote nutrition, fitness, and mental health. So here we get into day in the life as an intern at HIA. This is how I would get the day started. I would do a little fit check in front of my car. I would go to pick up Sarah, and then I would say hi to Harley at Gina's house. And then, so my first responsibility was Know Your Numbers. That's one of the health screenings that we used to do. And HIA hosts these free health screenings in local food pantries and other community locations. And our goal through that is to empower community residents with accessible healthcare, so people know their information on their health, especially when they can't afford to go to doctors or they just don't have the time to. Through that, they would learn statistics about their blood pressure, cholesterol, blood sugar, and more. They would also get nutrition and physical activity and education. And then a lot of these people actually didn't have primary health providers, so HIA, since they did this, they were able to refer those people to nearby hospitals that would work the best for them. So again, with the day in the life little prompt, there were two things that we would do with the health screenings. We would either assemble the bags, or we would read the sheets that came with the statistics of the people they would screen, and then we would put that into the computer. And then another responsibility we had was to draft social media reports. We would create the posts, approve them by Gina, and then we would save them in the drive to be posted later. And then the content of some of these posts were mainly of the CHNA report, which was the 3-year assessment of the health needs in the community. And a lot of our social media posts, like, they revolved around topics like unemployment, housing costs, lack of access to healthcare, and affordable food. So here's me in my room reading the report draft and looking at like what I can incorporate into a social media post. And then I would go to Canva and I would like look at how I can display the information like in a visually appealing way, but also in a way that's like digestible and doesn't have like a lot of like healthcare jargon that's not understandable to the general public. I would piece together all that info, and then here's one social media post I made, which talks about how like where you live and the zip code you live in determines like how much healthcare you can access. And then here's more of how we use the report data to like make more social media posts. So like over here we talk about how the salary distribution is like, it shows inequality in Bridgeport. And then we also get to visualize poverty in some of the maps that they chose. So lastly, we did some food distributions at Bridgeport Hospital. It would be bi-weekly, and we would hand out necessities such as eggs, milk, and juice, snacks, vegetables, and fruits. And our main goal through this was just addressing rising food insecurity in underserved communities. And it would be like the face-to-face connection with like the local Bridgeport people. So here's another day in the life. The truck would arrive at the Bridgeport Hospital, we would display the food, we would greet the people, and then we would get to take extras if there were any. So reflecting again, some of the accomplishments that we did was we made a ton of health screening bags and a ton of future posts, and we got to serve over 350 people at the food distributions. But some of the challenges were that it was a lot of repetitive task work, and there were a lot of acronyms that you would have to get used to, and then there were federal budget cuts to health departments which limited their programs. So the conclusion, some of the skills that I developed was, again, Canva, Excel, and using Teams. I got to communicate with diverse groups and different people, and I got to display information in creative but also digestible ways. And then with all like the things that I did, I got to see that international affairs doesn't just have to be like international, it can start local, and that could be like public policy or just the local government. And then in the future, I want to consider summer opportunities related to social justice and maybe policy now. I want to cold email or call new professionals that I can make relationships with or explore like more networks with. And I want to like look into more STEM or technical internships because now I'm more open and comfortable with working with data, and I just want to create more social media content as well, whether that be personal or promotional. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
As someone who's like so clearly talented at like the digital media, are you gonna try to incorporate that into wherever you go with your career?
I do like the whole like creative Canva stuff that I do, so I do want to explore like things like marketing or social media in the future. I just don't see like which field I could currently go into that with like relating it to like international relations other than like nonprofits or, you know, things like here. But it is definitely something I'm interested in.
Again, I'll just make the comment that I think you guys looking in, you know, your existing networks was really smart when maybe you weren't getting the results you were hoping to get. Do you think that you'll maybe circle back to that initial group that you interviewed with a couple of times? Do you feel like that door is still open? Do you think that's something you still want to like connect to? I forget what the name of the place was.
It was called Dear Asian Youth.
Yes.
And so after I interviewed with them, I did send them like a follow-up email, and I was like, thank you for interviewing. I would love to like stay in touch. So I don't know if like we will actually stay in touch, but I do still follow them on social media, and I'll be like looking at their opportunities if they come up.
Awesome. Very good. It's good to keep that mind and self open to opportunities. So that's great to hear. And I think you gave good feedback to future interns with that notion of just being like open and seeing what your options are. Great job.
Hi, I'm Riley Lapham, and unlike our other presentations today, I did not do mine with Kaitlyn's parents. So, if you know me, you know that I've always had this love for helping people. I am a daughter of a teacher, and because of that, I've always had a love for education. I always knew that I wanted to help people, and I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. If you asked me up until the age of 10, I would tell you I wanted to be a hotel manager, heavily inspired by the Pitbull song, Hotel Room. But through my experiences through high school, I took the If You Love It, Teach It UConn ECE course this fall, and that has really given me the opportunity to get an insider scoop and an observation of a lot of different educational experiences, one of which being Miss Ventura's at JFK. She is a kindergarten teacher, and I loved the way that she managed her classroom. And over the course of the year, I've been keeping in touch with her and corresponding with her, and that's really heavily inspired me to do my internship with her at JFK. So as I said, I'm a daughter of a teacher. I am also the oldest sister of 2 younger brothers, and I've always loved sharing learning with them. Whether it was researching animals before we went to the Beardsley Zoo, creating wildlife journals on my iPad, or writing kind notes to a sweet neighbor. Education and sharing that love for learning with other people has always been something I'm super passionate about, and that joy has really led me to wanting to be an educator. So while I was at my internship, I had the opportunity to pull groups of kids to work with them in a small group environment with writing, spelling, letter identification, and reading. And it was during these times where I really felt like this is what I wanted to do. These small group environments where I got to see that what I was doing was making a difference. And I'm really grateful that I got that experience. I also got the opportunity to observe different classes. I'll touch on that later, but getting to be in the system in all those different areas was really impactful for me. Some of the challenges I faced was time management. Not that I have a hard time managing my time, but I didn't really have a lot of time to manage. I'm very involved in the Johnson Law community, and as I do that regularly with my school stuff, the elementary school day just simply doesn't cater to the high school experience. I have to leave for practice, I have to go to SECs, champion states. And I'm grateful for all those experiences, but it unfortunately did take away some of the time that I could have spent dedicating to my internship. Well, once I was actually there, I struggled with getting an understanding of what their routines that were in place were, because they just seamlessly flowed. Every kid would line up with their bubble in their line spot, and that was like crazy to me. They would sign to use the bathroom and then they would leave, and I was like, what is happening right now? But after I got an understanding of that, I started implementing new routines, and I loved getting to do this. I wanted to help, but I really struggled with trying to find the line of helping and then doing too much. But I think that I found a pretty good balance. I'll touch more on that as I go. So through this experience, I got the opportunity to see all these different types of fields. I got to sit on speech, occupational therapy, a music class, a STEM class, and of course my kindergarten class. And I really enjoyed those small group environments. And those small groups really is what I think that I want to do. I went into this thinking that I wanted to be a kindergarten teacher, and I'm coming away finding that I really want to work with like these individuals, these small groups, and getting to really one-on-one connect with these students. But I also got to form a connection with these students. I have about 10 secret handshakes with all these kids, and we get to draw pictures together, and it's just that connection and that braining of these kids' days that really makes it worth it for me. This is my favorite part. During the day, students have a social emotional learning time, which is like a play-based learning time. It's centers. My favorite center was art, and I draw pictures for them. I drew flowers, and they would color them in, and we got to work together on this like collaborative piece of artwork. Oh, this kid, he's the sweetest thing I've ever seen. He cut out each flower I drew for him, and then he cut out his name and he handed it to me and said, "This is so that you can remember me forever, and even when you have your own classroom, you won't forget about me." And I really hope that that sentiment rings true, because what a cutie. We also did an ABC countdown. So our day was Rock and Roll Rainbow Day. O Day was Ocean Day. I Day was Insect Day. And this was one of my favorite days. The kindergartners this past month had been doing a unit on insects. So at their centers, there were different types of bugs. All their read aloud books were bug related or insect related. So it was a big deal that we got to do this for Insect Day. All the kids got little magnifying glasses. I'm sure if you look real closely, you can see some in their hands. And their job was to be bug scouts and identify bugs with their magnifying glasses. And one of these kids, this one right here, he ran up to me, grabbed me by both hands and said, "Riley, I found a bug!" And that level of enthusiasm for learning, like, that did it for me. Of course, I reciprocated, and he grabbed me by the hand and ran me over. It was an ant. it was an ant. But we identified the 3 main body parts, we counted the legs, and like the fact that he just loved learning that much is just like so inspiring, and that's unreplaceable. It's not a feeling you can replicate. I also got to create an individualized learning plan for a specific student who struggles with his letter identification still. He has a diagnosed learning disability, and I was able to work with him one-on-one to try to improve his abilities with memorizing his letters. So most kids, if you say, okay, how do you spell help? Help. You can be like, oh, H says He was like, what's H? So because of this like dissonance, we created letters. We built them. I thought that maybe if instead of just writing it on a piece of paper, if we got to feel the letter, if we got to kinesthetic, we got to actually touch it and make it ourselves, maybe it would stick a little bit better. So what I did was I would draw out a letter, let's say A. I draw it on a whiteboard, and he would trace the A with his finger. Then we would roll out our Play-Doh, and we'd create the letter. We'd feel it, we'd touch it. And while we were doing this, we talk about, what sound does A make? Ah. What words can start with A? Apple, Antarctica. And we'd list them all. After we finished, we'd trace over our letters with our finger. Then we would write it on the whiteboard, and then for a super challenge, we'd write it with our eyes closed. And I just think that like being able to connect with kids like one-on-one like that, and being able to actually help and see what they need on that individual level is something that I really want to continue doing. I'm really passionate about. So next year I'm going to Eastern Connecticut State University, and as of right now I'm majoring in sociology and early elementary education, but I foresee that to not be where I end up. I love this helping, and I think that what I really want to do is, well, I went into this thinking I wanted to be a kindergarten teacher, and I'm leaving it thinking that I want to be some sort of pull-out resource, whether that be a speech therapist, a social worker, special education, occupational therapist, a behavior therapist. I've gotten the opportunity to work with a behavioral therapist at my job, and that is like the best part of my week every single week. I have this girl, she was so scared of me, and now she runs up and she hugs me, and we play all the time together, and we're just working through those social skills. And getting to see kids connect with that and being the reason that kids have that connection is really impactful for me, and I think that that is how I can make my biggest difference. Any questions?
Questions for Riley?
I don't have any questions, but this entire thing was so cute.
Thanks.
Literally, like, so good. I almost started crying. I'm like, that was like really cute.
They're just the sweetest things ever, and it's like so rich to see kids with so much genuine joy and love for learning. That's something like you don't see at a high school. You don't see kids running down the hallway because they want to show you the ant they found. It's just so refreshing to be in a group of kids who are so willing to learn.
I think I can speak for all of us, like your passion comes through in this. So I think it's wonderful that you got this opportunity to try this thing, and how awesome that now you feel like you've honed in or like really gotten like a microscope on the experience and been able to say, I think maybe I want to do something with individual students. Now I have to ask though, so was that building of the letters, was that your own just like idea? That's incredible. I would not have thought to do anything like that, and I'm sure that the teacher was like rather impressed with that.
I just
concept.
pulled them during writing. We did a little something instead.
What did your teacher that you were paired with think of like that activity?
She was like, go for it. She was so open and willing to allow me to experiment with this, and I'm so grateful that she was like that. Every day during writing time, I'm sure you guys remember kindergarten, we would, maybe not, they would write like, my favorite color is blank, because blank, and you have to fill in the blanks. So I'd take these 2 students every day, and I'd write it out on my whiteboard, and we'd talk about what specifically they'd want to write. One student he had more of a confidence issue, where it's like, if you prompted him the right way, he would know how to respond. It was just, he needed that structure. And then my other student was the one I mentioned with my Play-Doh activity. So it was great to be able to see those 2 kids. And I honestly think that there have been like a lot of behavioral improvements throughout like me being there as an internship, because a lot of kids who don't meet your average student don't get the attention they need during the day. When you're an elementary school teacher, you're forced to teach to the average, and a lot of the time kids who aren't average don't get the attention they need. And while I was able to give these kids who may have been struggling the attention, they've become like better acting students in the classroom. And that's just like, the fact that like you can do that is crazy, and I think that's something that everyone deserves to experience.
It's incredible. I love your reflections.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Yes, Caitlin.
So you mentioned that like this is a teacher you've like been talking with
Yes.
all year. Do you like see this being something you keep in touch touch with?
I really hope I do. I love the way that she implements her classroom. She has her students so independent. Her students know that when they see the timer on the board, it's time to grab your whiteboard, your marker, your eraser, sit crisscross applesauce, mountain or mermaid on the carpet in your spot, and lay it flat with hands in your lap. They know that that's what their expectation is. And I'm like really inspired by the way that she manages her classroom. And even though maybe kindergarten isn't what I want to do, her ability to interact with these kids and have that balance of like fun and teacher is something that is really inspiring to me.
Job well done.
Thank
Really
you.
good job.
internship final presentation. My name is Ahmed Galicinao. I'm a senior at Johnson Law High School, and I'm planning to attend the University of Connecticut to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. I also play soccer, basketball, and run track at my school, and I'm also the co-president of the badminton club at Johnson Law. I also take photos for school athletics, and in the summer, I volunteer as a basketball coach within my town. Where did I intern? I interned at IDEA, which is Innovative Design Engineering Associates. IDEA is a full-service engineering firm serving the chemical, pharmaceutical, and specialty chemical industries for over 25 years and counting. They strive to employ their experience, talent, and commitment to customer service in order to provide creative, pragmatic, and cost-effective engineering services to their clients. This is where they have their work. They work in like a small little area within this big building, and it's very like small, and there's like not that many employees, so it's easy to like have a good connection with everybody. Who was my site supervisor? My site supervisor was Nick Norberg, who was a process engineer at IDEA. He grew up in CT and loves skiing and football. He's been in the chemicals industry for going on 6 years. He's involved in the design and evaluation of chemical plants and manufacturing processes, and also leads process safety studies and estimate costs of capital projects, and works on new and existing equipment review relating to a desired chemical process. I also worked along with other engineers within the firm to work on like different like assignments like designing and like doing research. Also just wanted to thank Alicia for coming, and also Mr. Hustik, who gave me an opportunity to have this internship. I didn't know that Mr. Hustik went to law, so it just made it a lot easier to like gain this internship, so I just want to say thank you. Why did I choose this site? I chose IDEA because of the various designs that I saw on the website. It really drew me into like wanting to go there because it was work that I was really interested in doing in the future. And compared to other engineering firms around Milford, it seemed very like reliable. As I said, like the website was very like easy to navigate and just showed a lot of different things that just drew me in. And although IDEA was not directly related to mechanical engineering, I believe that the experience of being an engineering firm would still be valuable for me in the future as I pursue a career in engineering. I purposely like wanted to just get into something engineering related because I think the basics of engineering could be found in like all types of engineering, so I feel like it would be valuable wherever I went. What is the business of the site? Their business is offering diverse and comprehensive services from the early stages of potential process to the design and startup of a full-scale chemical manufacturing plant. They offer a variety of services, as you see, like engineering services, specialty services, and management services. For me, I primarily was working within the engineering services, the process part of engineering stuff. Expectations prior to the internship. I thought that I wouldn't be as hands-on as I did. I thought it'd be more of like a learning experience and shadowing experience, just like seeing like what they do every day, like what their schedule looks like meetings. I was also not familiar with many of the terms they used within the internship, so made me think it would be more like learning about what they do and not much of like an actual like working. So my responsibilities, I researched different vendors for products they needed for a project they were working on. I found various information such as the location of the vendor and contact information to make the process of getting the specified product easier. This image kind of shows like an example of 2 products I found in different like websites and locations and contacts that I found to help them find the product. I also helped design certain additional parts of the program or of the project they were working on through AutoCAD. This is the setup in the office, and I was there like majority of the internship, just like learning like how to use AutoCAD and just like going through drawings. Accomplishments, I was able to successfully find vendors that they could use to find products for the project. This picture here is like a website of the different, like a product that I found that they could use. I learned the basics of AutoCAD and strengthened my skills, which are important as an engineer. This is like an example of the type of work I did, but not like a direct reference. I learned like just like all the basics, like using like line tools and like making shapes, which I think is very valuable because that's what I want to do in the future. And again, I was able to redraw lines of additional information to an existing drawing to help effectively communicate the new ideas that were being implemented into the project. So like an assignment I was doing recently was something where there was an existing drawing and they had additional notes they wanted to add onto the existing drawing, so I just worked on like adding those additional notes on. And they also learned new terms related to the design process. And this picture is a reference that Nick shared to me about the different valves within like a system. And I just use it to like research and learn more about what they were trying to do, so yeah. Challenges and problems. Adjusting to new 3D modeling software, as I used 3ds Max in school and not AutoCAD. The user interface in 3ds Max is like completely different than AutoCAD, so it was like hard to adjust. But I just had to learn over time because every day just going through it and just figuring out what to do just helped me a lot. Learning the various terms that they used. In the beginning of my internship, I got assigned like reading this article, this handbook, and these readings to just help me like get used to the different terms. So this is about like flanges and like tubes and stuff, and this is like a handbook which is for like the basis of like HVAC and like what you need to know for HVAC. Another problem was just time management. I had to like make time for studying for APs, making like track events, and also like my UConn orientation I just had. So it was hard to like get time as quick as I could because I mean I enjoyed the internship. Like I want to get it done as soon as possible, but yeah, there's just a lot of events going on. Conclusion. How did the internship experience contribute to your intellectual growth and sense of responsibility? Helped me grow, helped me learn basic skills and the skills needed to be a successful engineer. Skills like communication, being efficient with work, and yeah. It helped me, again, developing skills such as time management, problem solving, and communication. I had to like build a schedule around like my activities and also like when they're available so I can optimize what I can do for them. Problem solving as learning the new software like AutoCAD, like it's new to me, like I've never seen it before, so just like going on Google or YouTube and just looking at tutorials to just figure out like how to do this or how to do that. And also just communication, which is like important to just like voice how ready I am to do the assignment they've given me, and also just to like create a better connection with them, so maybe in the future I can have another opportunity. But yeah, as I said, like I would use YouTube and Google to just like increase my knowledge and efficiency on how to use AutoCAD, and yeah, I think it'll be very valuable for me in the future, as like that's the concentration of engineering like I want to do. Will the internship experience help me in the future? It definitely will help me in the future because it gives me an insight in what I would learn in college, and also my life after college. I think it will help me like get an internship, like get any type of internship, as like this experience could like help me like remember what I did in the future and just make it easier to adjust. Yeah, and it will also help me understand like what I want to do as work in the future. Like, although like this wasn't really like mechanical engineering geared for the most part, but like it was still valuable for me to know like what I want to do like in the future if I change my mind. My immediate plans are to go to college at the University of Connecticut to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering and a career as a mechanical design engineer that is focused on the design process. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Yes.
Which part of the internship did you enjoy the most?
There was one time when we had this meeting and we were learning about like expansion joints and like tubes. And after that meeting, the next day when I came into the office, I was just sitting at my desk, and then another engineer came in, and they had this packet. It was like like a test that I had no idea like they were giving to me, and like I was like, oh, like I didn't know that I was gonna have a test. Like, oh, you should have remembered what you heard in the meeting. I was like, oh, and I was like sweating like droplets. I was so nervous. I was so nervous, and then I checked. It's like one question, but I was like, I don't know how to do this. I was like, I've never seen this before. And after they said that they were joking, so I was like, yeah. So, yeah. That was one of the favorite parts, and just like learning AutoCAD, like for me, like because design is such a big part, and like why I want to do engineering. So just having that experience of just designing stuff and just like playing around with the software, just like was really, really fun.
Questions or comments?
Yeah.
What was your work environment like?
My work environment, it was very, I worked in like a small like cubicle like office area. Like I didn't know I'd have my own like area to do work, which is very surprising because like I'm an intern. So, but yeah, it was very like small, like close-knit environment. Like everybody was like able to like communicate to each other and just like have a good bond. Like, and yeah, it was just good to communicate ideas with each other as we were like so close together.
I just have maybe one last question.
Yeah.
Of you were talking about having maybe had experience in one CAD system versus another.
Yeah.
What are some of the skills you learned here at law that you feel like you were able to apply while you were at your internship? It could be like academic or it could be other things, but
based on in 3D modeling, even though it was mostly like actual 3D modeling and I was doing 2D drawings for them, I think like the way the user interface works, like there like specific tools in like 3ds Max like carried into AutoCAD, which made it easier to like do like different things in AutoCAD. But yeah, it was pretty, I mean, it was different, but there were certain things in there that helped me like adapt easier.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that. All right, great job.
So I did my internship at Proly Physical Therapy. Who am I? My name is Dalton Evans. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. Next year I'll be attending University of Connecticut and study exercise science. And here at Law I play baseball and basketball. So where did I intern? Proly Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine, the one in Woodbridge. And they focus on providing relief from pain and dysfunction through a wide range of patients. Who is my site supervisor? So right here, this is Brian Perrier. He's an orthopedic and sports physical therapist. He attended Skidmore College and received his bachelor in exercise science. And during his time here, he was a member of the men's basketball team. Then after that, he attended Columbia University to get his DPT, which is a Doctor of Physical Therapy. And before joining Proly Physical Therapy, he opened his own one-on-one physical therapy practice where he's able to work with NFL, NBA, and collegiate athletes. Why did I choose this site? I chose Proly because I've seen some of my fellow teammates go there for physical therapy, and they have recovered smoothly from injuries, so I know that it was a credible site, and I've heard a lot of good things about it. And my future career goal is to become a physical therapist, and I want to experience the environment that PTs work in and how they go about their job. So this would be an outpatient clinic, so it's a little different than obviously what a hospital would be like. And Proly also specializes in sports medicine and rehab, which I'm interested in. So I like the whole aspect of like working with athletes and the return to play. So, what is the business of the site? So Proly Physical Therapy provides personalized rehabilitation services to help patients recover from injuries, surgeries, or chronic conditions. And they specialize in sports performance and injury prevention, offering tailored programs for athletes to enhance performance and reduce the risk of re-injury. So what I like about Proly as well is that when they come in, they get their own tailored program, so the PT can like add exercises or like different movements that are tailored for them. to achieve their goals. So some goals might be to get back on the field, or others is just to walk better. So these are some of the 3 main services that they offer. So obviously physical therapy, they help reduce inflammation and increase range of motion. Sports medicine, that's what I like. That's return to play and reducing the risk of re-injury. And then the pain relief, so that could be through like dry needling or cupping. My expectations prior to the internship. So my expectations were, I thought I was going to be mainly shadowing the PTs, so I'm not allowed to perform any actual work on the patients. Just learn more about what being a PT really is and how they work, and gain knowledge about different types of injuries and the steps necessary to recover. So I was just expecting to learn more about like the environment and what it's like actually working as a PT. What were my responsibilities? So these are like the 3 main groups. So assisting with patients, assist with exercises. So the PTs, they would write down on like a whiteboard like a list of like exercises that they had to do for like their appointment, and I would go and just help them with that. And my knowledge from like sports and going to the gym, like it all like translated over. Like I knew a lot of the stuff. It was like bands or cables, so it was easy to pick up on. Patient intake, so I would go to like the front and I would bring them in, and I would get them started on like the bike to warm up, or get them with some heat just to prepare them. Provide heat and ice to the patients, and then just small talk. So I see a lot when the PTs are working with them in between the movements, when there's like downtime or rest, they talk to the patients, make them feel comfortable. So I tried doing that, and I was able to build a lot of great connections with all the patients. And they come in multiple times. Like during my internship, I've seen people like 4 or 5 times. So, yep. Observing, I followed the PT and get a close look at what they're doing, seeing how they interact and explain what they're doing to the patient, and looked at the notes during the evaluation. So whenever there's a new patient or like a new injury, they pull them into a room, they close the door, and then they like evaluate them. So they ask like sets of questions, and then they jot down notes. So then I would look at their notes and see like what their train of thought is, and see how they figure out what the issue is and what the plan of action would be. And then cleaning and restocking. So after each patient is done, you wipe down the bench, the tables, you reset the pillowcases, put away gym equipment after use. So if we use, again, like the bands or the weights, make everything look nice and neat. Do the laundry and stock each room with towels and pillowcases. Some of my accomplishments: I was able to build connections with the PTs and aides at ProLite, as well as numerous patients. Again, seeing them multiple times, you really, their names, their faces, and able to smoothly perform tasks without being asked and help the overall flow of the place, and gain knowledge about the field of physical therapy and some of the terminology that they use. Challenges, problems, there wasn't too many. I would say waking up early to drive 20 minutes, like the commute there and back, being in Woodbridge wasn't that bad. And then just making sure I got back to school in time for my AP class, which I didn't have a problem with that. I got there with like 20 minutes to spare, so it was good. And the patients, they were very open to me like being there. So I thought going in that some patients might be like a little like pushing that away. They didn't want me to be there, but they were all super nice. Skills developed. So time management, cleaning the benches in time before a new patient comes in. So some days there'd be like 3 or 4 PTs on at once, and there's like limited space, like benches. So get in, get out, make sure you clean that, and then just restocking each of the rooms. Communication, able to develop my interpersonnel skills. So I was talking to many patients and building connections, and asking the PTs what they were doing and how it affects their body. So making sure I just asked questions while they were doing it, so I could gain a better understanding. And I learned some medical skills, like preparing the heat and ice packs. Like I learned that there has to be a certain amount of layers on the heat, so you're not like burning them or anything like that. And then different theories involved in the practice. So one of the theories I learned was reciprocal inhibition. So that's when one muscle activates, another one has to deactivate in order to like move. So you're not like straining yourself constantly. Will the internship experience help you in your future? I said yes, absolutely. It gave me some background information about the field that I'm interested in pursuing. Helped support my decision to study exercise science as my major, and I gained connections with people involved in my future career. So I could always reach out to them if I need any help with PT related stuff, and they were super nice over there. My immediate future plans, I'll be attending University of Connecticut and major in exercise science, and possibly join a club or rec team to stay active. That's it.
Questions?
What connection with the patient was your favorite?
So actually, there was this elderly lady. Her name was Marge, and she was just super nice. You know, we had like these nice talks, and then she was telling me about like the mental health side of it. Like when you're older, and you know, like obviously it might be trouble walking or like moving, but she was saying that Brian, my supervisor at PT, is like super supportive during it, and it just helps. It like makes her like want to get better each day, and like, you know, one step at a time. So yeah, I built that connection with her.
Based on the classes you've taken at law, have you taken anatomy and physiology?
Yeah, this year I took it.
So how helpful was that class, and how much did it transfer over to pro league?
Yeah, I'd say it definitely did transfer over. There was definitely like obviously like the muscles, muscular system, skeletal system. So they were involved in like when they were going over what some of the stuff meant. There's like signs and posters and diagrams like all over, and they would like point it out, and like I would know some of the stuff already from that. So yeah, it definitely helped.
That has to feel good. You go in not knowing like, well, you feel like you went in knowing at least something basic, right? Jumping off point.
For sure.
Was there any like piece of advice or interesting thing that your supervisor maybe shared with you as like you move forward in this next phase and the things you're going to study? Did he give you any like personal advice on like future plans?
Personal advice, just hardworking. Keep at it. You know, it's like a little bit of a grind being PT because you do 3 years after your undergrad to get your doctorate. But yeah, he was just saying like for PT, you really want to build those connections with the people and make sure that you're like talking them through it. Because there's some PTs that, you know, will just do the work and like not really have that like social aspect of it. And that's what one of the patients, he was saying, Brian, he's like really good because he balances both very well. So yeah, just communication and hard work is important.
Yeah, I guess that builds your practice, right? If you're a sociable person or you give people a good experience, then other people will say, oh, you should definitely go there. So that probably makes such a difference in building those relationships.
For sure, yeah.
Awesome. Really, John. Well done.
So I'm Alex Rodriguez, and I did my internship at the Milford Bank. So some of my expectations going in were like typical intern work, making copies, you know, running around doing what they need me to do. Not really any hands-on work or assignments. I also thought it was going to be a smaller bank. Like, well, since it's a smaller bank, there's going to be less money, less customers, not as much going on. And then I always knew that there was going to be security and confidentiality requirements, but I didn't understand how serious they took it and how much went into it. And also, I always thought there was going to be money in the safe, but there really isn't. It's all just safety deposit boxes and other stuff kept in there. What I did at the Milford Bank, I had a lot of hands-on assignments, which I'll talk about later. I shadowed at different departments, from the tellers who deal with customers every single day to the call center who took all the calls and all the problems that people had and helped them fix that. I also was with IT, who handled all like the security and technology and all that stuff. And I got to talk to those people and ask questions with other departments like commercial lending, and then also the operations, which deal with all the security and keeping everything to standards that the government has given. I also got to sit in on meetings where they discuss their quarterly and like all the money that they have to deal with and new plans that they had for the company or the bank. And then I also got to spend a week with the president/CEO of the Milford Bank, and he gave us many projects to work on for our last week through what we learned during our internship time. Things I've accomplished. So I helped them with their making everything more digital, and so we scanned all the signatures and the IDs into their new system, which just keeps everything organized and it's easier to access for all the tellers when somebody needs to withdraw money, and it really helps with security. I checked systems for the closed accounts, so if someone closed the accounts, just help organize everything. I also photocopied the bank cards, so for all the accounts that were not closed, we needed to reorganize all of them, make everything digital. So we scanned those into the system as well. And then I had to calculate total money that was withdrawn just to make sure everything lined up. And if not, it was only off by pennies or. I also had to count ATM money. So weekly, they have a company come in and just make sure all the money's there for security reasons. And the company does a count, and they come return it to us, and we check and make sure that everything's there and everything's also right. Like I said before, when I spent my week with the president, he gave us projects to work on through the week. One of them being a Milford Bank website. They're trying to revamp the website because it's a little bit outdated. It's 6 years old, and it might not compete with the other banks. So they wanted us to go in and compare it to some bigger banks, and then also some more local banks, and just see what they needed. And we had to write out a written doc of things that we should add or things that would help, just new things. And then also we compared business checking accounts, so like what services they had, what fees they had, and I talk more about that on the next slide. And then our last project was to visit another bank and just see how they dealt with customers and how friendly they were and how willing to help they were. And I'll talk about that after this slide too. So this is some of the Milford Bank services and fees that, compared to other banks, they don't charge nearly as much for fees, and their services and benefits, being a local bank and caring about the community, is not nearly. There's a lot more services and benefits, and not nearly as many fees. So some of the services they have is they have all new online banking, which they're thinking about adding to the website, and their monthly fees are half of what larger national banks are. And some of my problems were confidential things that I had to keep secret. Like I had my parents ask me how my day was, and there's some things I just can't talk about. I can't say any names. I can't give out any can't tell much. If I saw somebody I knew and how much money they had, I can't say anything about that. Also, some of the tedious work I had to deal with. I had to do a lot of removing of staples, a lot of things that just go a little unconscious, and you just keep doing after a while. But overall, nothing much to complain about. I very much enjoyed my time there. Some of the takeaways I had: there's a lot more to banking than I thought. I didn't realize how big this bank is. There's five branches. They deal with tons and tons of money. They have over 14,000 customers, and this bank really does help the community a lot. They do over 200,000 in charities and donations. They donate to our school's prom, Foreign's prom, any local charity or event. And then last thing, one of my takeaways was commercial lending. That's really what I want to do for a living and what I want to focus on, whether it's doing it at a bank like this one or it's starting my own company. That's it.
Questions?
Was it a struggle trying to get your hours in?
It actually was with sports and the bank's hours. I had to get there at 8:30 after my AP psych class, and then I had to go from 8:30 to 1:30 and quickly straight there go to baseball. There was no and then also we had a bunch of activities like our senior trip, and so it was tough getting all the hours in, but I got exactly what I need to get in.
What did you learn about professionalism in this kind of setting?
So sometimes a customer would come in with issues, and I would spend a lot of my time, more than half, with the tellers and staying calm, like when somebody was getting angry, like that they got locked out of their account because security reasons. There's a lot of questions they have to ask, a lot of password changes. So when customers would come in, you had to just stay calm and just deal with angry people.
Any other questions or comments?
What was like the most surprising thing you took away from your internship?
Finding commercial lending. I never thought like that would be what I want to do for a living, but you get to go out, check on things. Like you're not just stuck cooped up in a desk all day. You get to go out, like, so if you loan money to a real estate company and they're building a house, you have to go out there and you have to do checks to make sure they're coming up, like they're making progress with the house. And so when they keep asking for money, you got to say no or yes because you're doing a good job, or no because you can't, because you're not getting the work done. So there's some things that go into it. It's not just like sitting at a desk and writing out stuff.
You didn't mention, what are your post-high school plans?
I'm going to go to Eastern Connecticut and study finance.
Very good. Nice job.
This is my internship final project. A little bit about me. My name is Cesar Mendez. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. I'm 17 years old. I played football for 4 years. I threw and ran for outdoor track for 3 years. And I work part-time at the Boys and Girls Club of Milford. So I interned at Pumpkin Delight Elementary School, one of the 8 elementary schools in our Milford community. And I interned with Miss Cummings, who was one of my former 5th grade teachers, and Coach Gruber, who was my former gym teacher. I chose this place because as I go into college, majoring in elementary education and wanting to be a teacher, it felt right to choose my old elementary school to be the place where I interned with 2 teachers I've already had, and it was very close in proximity to my house, so it was perfect. My expectations going into it was a lot of observating and a lot of shadowing the teacher, assisting Miss Cummings or Coach Gruber if I needed to, and helping out kids with math or reading or any of the assignments they needed to help out with that Miss Cummings couldn't get to. So some of my responsibilities were being an assistant to Miss Cummings, helping her out with anything that I needed or anything that she needed, and help out all the kids with their assignment, like if they needed math help or if they needed help with reading or writing. Help set up games in the gym. So I didn't realize going into it that they were all doing their state testing, so I couldn't be in the room while they were doing all their state testing, so I found a lot of my time in the gym with Coach Gruber, and so help setting up all the games, help participating in the games with a bunch of kids. It was all really fun. And again, I did a lot of observing, a lot of shadowing Miss Cummings and understanding how much goes into being an elementary school teacher and all the teaching that she does. So some of the challenges that I found while at my internship were managing student behavior. Each kid's different, and understanding how to work with each kid was kind of an issue. But as I went on further and further, I understood how to, get the dice rolling. Establishing respect from the students. So as I worked for the Boys and Girls Club of Milford, I already knew a bunch of the kids already. So me being a staff there, they look at me as a friend, but at that site, I needed them to understand that I'm not there as a friend. I'm there as an intern trying to get better, trying to do what Ms. Cummings does. Adapting to different learning needs. Again, like I said, each kid is different. Each kid needs different needs and different helps. And so understanding that and working around each kid was definitely one of the challenges that I found very hard. And also staying patient. Again, with managing student behavior, all kids aren't going to listen at times. All kids are going to be rowdy. So being patient, being calm under all the circumstances was kind of challenging. The impact on me, I learned about all of the prep and all of the stuff beforehand that goes into all the teaching, and that it's way harder than I thought. Technological advances, I learned how to use a bunch of websites like Canva, like Google Classroom, that'll really help me shape to become a good teacher. And time management, I'm going to learn about time management, like how to put all of the classes, everything that you need to do in a day is not easier than, it's easier said than done, but that's one of the things that will impact me. One of the accomplishments, classroom management skills, like I just said, being able to fit everything into one day was something that I learned is not easy, but it could be done. Communication skills, being able to talk to each kid, being able to understand each kid's mindset and where they at, and being able to have a good conversation with them. And I observed professional educators and learned from it, which is probably the biggest thing. Being able to be behind Miss Cummings, being able to be behind Coach Gruber was really fun, and understanding that their day is harder than it looks. Future plans, I plan on attending Southern Connecticut State University and majoring in elementary education. And I enjoyed experiencing firsthand what it means to be a teacher, what it means to show up every day for the kids. And in conclusion, overall, it was a great experience learning how teachers go about each day with their students and understanding what it means to be a teacher and show up for the kids.
What was the worst experience that you had with a kid, being too rowdy?
Well, I feel, so when I walked in one of the first couple days, and I knew a bunch of kids already, so they were all, very loud, very excited to see me. And so Miss Cummings did not like that at all. And so, she yelled at the kids, trying to get them to calm down because they had stuff to do. And so just sitting in the situation where I was, just watching Miss Cummings yell at the kids, being very loud, was a little uncomfortable, but that was probably the situation where they were the most rowdy, and Miss Cummings dealt with it pretty nicely.
What did you like most about your interview?
Most, I liked being able to communicate with all the kids, understanding each kid's hobbies, understanding what each kid likes, and being able to just have full conversations with them was probably the most fun I had. And also, Miss Cummings, being with Miss Cummings was really fun, being able to talk about stuff that we did back in the day when she had me was also very fun. I found my yearbook from 5th grade, looking through all the pictures was really cool.
Cesar, can you imagine being in a 5th grade classroom, or do you think you'd like to be in a different grade?
I feel 5th grade is probably best for me because I feel like they're at the age where you can actually have conversations with them. With 3rd grade and below, they're not, you can't really talk to them as well. And so 5th grade I felt was probably the best for me.
And do you think you'd stick with being a classroom teacher, or could you see yourself maybe doing PE or something like that?
I could see myself doing PE. PE was really fun being in the gym with all the kids. But I think I like the classroom most. I like being able to teach kids, being able to be there for the kids each and every day is the most fun I had.
Can you give an example of a particular lesson where you feel like maybe you made an impact on a particular student or on the class?
Yeah, the kids, one of the last things they do every day is math. And so we were doing dividing fractions, which I also didn't have. It took me a little bit to get because we haven't done that in a while. But a bunch of the kids were asking me how to do it. And so, you know, going around each kid, making sure that each kid knew what to do was pretty fun.
Any last comments or questions? All right, nice work.
All right, so I interned. I did elementary physical education. So about me, I'm a senior at law, 17 years old, and I was on the soccer team, and I was part of the badminton club. Internship site, I did Pumpkin Delight. So my site supervisor was Coach Gruber. He was also my former PE teacher, and he was my soccer coach. He attended Springfield College, and I actually asked him like what his major was and all that. So he didn't go into teaching. He went to exercise science, and then proceeded to graduate school in Springfield, where he got a master's in physical education. And he's been a physical education teacher at Pumpkin for like 12 years now. So I chose this internship because, one, it was close to home. Right now, my family, we have limited cars, and a lot of people driving. So if anything, I could just walk there. I had a connection. I knew, Coach Gruber already. He was my coach and everything. It's also my former elementary school. And it's possibly part of my future plans, which I'll get to later. About Pumpkin Delight, it's elementary school. It was built in 1949. It has pre-K through 5th grade. And something, like when I was there, they only had one pre-K class, and he told me now they have like 7. Like, it's a lot. It teaches, the basic needs subjects like social studies, math, science. But then also has like specials like music, media, art. They now teach Spanish. They have like a STEM room now, and physical education. There's roughly around 250 students, and the student-staff ratio is 11:1. So my expectations going into this internship was, I was expecting obviously to set up different activities for different class and grade levels. Going in, you can be teaching up to pre-K to 5th grade, so like, the activities are gonna be different because the coordination levels are different, stuff like that. Obviously, being an intern with a bunch of kids, you're gonna, expect to interact with the students. Obviously knew going in, the younger kids might not know how to behave, so, you know, you gotta manage the behavior. And then I figure, you know, being 17, liking sports, I'd probably jump in some of the activities as well. So some of my responsibilities, like I said before, and my expectations, I was, you know, set up activities. The activities vary differently. Like I said before, the coordination levels, like for kids, it would just be like tag. It's very easy to understand. Like it doesn't require much coordination, but like 5th grade, they have these games where like it was like a mat, you got to throw across the gym, you got to catch it, bring the person back. It's, yeah, different games, you know, more complex the higher the grade level. Obviously, I had to interact with students. I also observe something I was like, which I'll get to later, is I was a little hesitant, like when kids misbehave, because, you know, I'm not used to like yelling at kids, but like observing Coach Gruber do that when stuff happened like that. And then I just had to make sure the activities run smoothly, like these kids weren't cheating in these games, because they would do that all the time. Yeah. Accomplishments is I built relationships with some students and some staff members. Like a lot of people were my former teachers, so I seen some of them. I knew some of them already, but then with some new people, you know, just simply saying hi every day when they walk in, just building a relationship like that. Try to understand the differences in behavior and, like, you know, understanding on different grade levels. Like when you're with preschool kids, you might have to, like, you know, your language has to get less complex because the kids, you know, they might not understand as well. You might have to repeat yourself much times because they don't understand things as well. And then just making sure that environment is positive, bring no negativity to all these kids. Some challenges was, like I said before, was manage students' behavior when they misbehave. Like, I remember we had a sub, so like I knew I would have to be more impactful that day because sub might, you know, not know as much what to do. So it was like a time we had a sub and they were playing handball, and like the kid got mad because he got in his face and like pushed him. So I had to like jump in, but like I didn't want to do too much because like I'm a little thrown back. I've never done this before. Another thing is you don't want to be a distraction to the students. You want to keep their day like the same as it was before you were there. So like there'll be times where like we're trying to run the game and like we'll play like kickball and the kids like crowding around me. I'm trying to pitch and they're like trying to talk to me, but we're trying to keep this run smoothly. So that was a little bit of a challenge. And then school, you know, it was conflicting schedules. Sometimes through limited days because, you know, it's not open on the weekends. It's only open from 7 to 3. Like one day at my brother's graduation, so I had to come in at like 1 o'clock. Some skills developed is, you know, you gotta develop patience. Like I said before, with preschool kids, younger kids, you gotta have patience. Like you might repeat yourself like up to like 5 times. Like you can repeat a lot because they might not understand. Especially because I'm not used to like projecting my voice out really loud to these younger kids. So like I might be a little quiet and they might not hear me and they don't understand. So just having patience. Obviously communication skills, which I explained with, you know, various ages. Just creating relationships with other people, and then organization. He's got a room with a bunch of equipment, and you gotta make sure everything's in the right spot every time. You don't want to just throw it in the middle, and then everything gets disorganized. So how this benefits my future? It gives me a better idea of what career path I might want to pursue, which I'll explain again when I get to future plans. And then it just looks good on a resume for future jobs. So my future plans, I'm attending Alberta's Magnus College. I'll be playing on the school soccer team. So I'm majoring in exercise science. So this is what I was talking about, how it might help me with my future plans, is because I'm still not entirely sure what I want to do. I know what field I want to do, but I don't know exactly what I want to do. I want to do something sports, like recovery related, so whether it be like physical therapist or like a sports like physician assistant or something like that. But you can use exercise science, which I learned from Coach Gruber, to become a PE teacher. So that's why I thought it's like a, you know, that's an alternative. As I approach graduate school, I can make that decision later. So that's why I did this internship.
Questions?
What was your favorite part about the internship?
As you know, the big 3. Will, Doreen, Mason. So 3 kids I like had a good connection with. I actually knew Mason because he's someone from the school. I know his older brother. So like them 3, it was fun to hang out with them during their class.
Other questions? My question is just about like watching the management, right? Like you were saying, it's a little bit challenging because they don't listen all the time, or you have to repeat yourself a lot. Watching Coach Gruber handle maybe like a rowdy group or a particular student maybe wasn't following directions. What did you observe, and like what are you gonna take away if you had to implement that with students yourself?
So like, I don't know. I think there's maybe different styles of like way you manage kids. He starts off very calm, and I probably think that like instead of just straight up yelling at them, I think starting off calm first is probably better, because then it creates still like the person, like, because it's a little kid, so it might, if you yell at them, it might ruin their whole day. Like he starts off calm, then he, explains to them what they need to do it wrong, and lets them jump back in 5 minutes later to keep them positive. Like he doesn't want to make the environment negative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that. It's a good tactic. Great job.
Where did I intern? I interned at Stevens Enterprise, landscaping business. My site supervisor was Matt Stevens, the owner of Stevens Enterprises. He's been running the business for around 3 years now, but he's been working there his whole life. Eventually, he took it over and bought it out. On top of that, Matt also works in excavation and flips and sells cars on the side. During my time there, I was around Matt a lot, and he showed me how things are done, gave me hands-on training, and made sure I was learning the right way to handle different jobs. Why did I choose this site? I chose this site because I wanted to gain hands-on experience and learn more about professional landscaping and outdoor maintenance. I've always enjoyed being outdoors and working with tools and equipment, so this opportunity felt like a great fit. Additionally, I was interested in experiencing what it's like to do physical work daily while contributing to real projects for actual customers. What is Stevens Enterprises? Stevens Enterprises is a local landscaping, excavation, and property maintenance business that primarily serves residential clients. Their services range from basic yard maintenance to building flower beds, planting or relocating trees and other plants, and removing overgrown or invasive bush. They also take on larger projects such as demolition, driveway construction, and drainage installation or repair. Beyond the physical work, Stevens Enterprises manages quotes, material pricing, and planning for large-scale landscaping projects. My expectations. Before I began, I thought my task would mostly simply involve simple yard work, such as mowing and trimming bushes. I assumed the job would be fairly routine and repetitive, and I also believed that I would just follow instructions without having a role or in planning or making decisions. On top of that, I didn't expect to handle much equipment or gain insight into how the costs for the jobs were determined. Responsibilities, materials and equipment. Each morning, Matt and I collected the necessary materials for the day's jobs from Grillos, including items like mulch, soil, or rocks. We also loaded the trailer with all the equipment required for the day. Occasionally, if we forgot a tool, either one of us would have to go back to the house and get the tool. Yard work responsibilities. I was responsible for performing various yard work maintenance tasks, such as mowing lawns, trimming bushes, and edging along sidewalks and driveways. I also helped with raking leaves, clearing debris, and watering plants when needed, and tons of other basic yard work chores. These tasks required attention to detail and ensuring the outdoor spaces look neat and well kept for each client. Advertising responsibilities. I helped promote the business by distributing business cards to potential clients and placing signs in key areas around town. These methods were aimed at increasing local awareness and attracting more residential customers. Accomplishments. I gained hands-on experience with landscaping tasks and equipment, improved my organizational skills through material handling, and learned how projects are planned and priced. This experience gave me a better understanding of how the landscaping industry worked and strengthened my work ethic. Challenges. One challenge I faced was learning how to use new equipment safely and efficiently. Managing time between different tasks and adapting to changing job requirements also took some adjustment. Additionally, understand the pricing and planning process was initially complex, but it became clear with experience. Skills developed. I improved my equipment operation and maintenance skills, learned effective time management, and gained experience in teamwork and communication. I also developed a better understanding of project planning and job costing within the landscaping field. How it will help in the future. This experience gave me practical skills and a strong work ethic that will benefit me in any hands-on job. Understanding project planning and equipment use prepares me for future opportunities in landscaping other trades, and improved teamwork and time management will help me succeed in my career. Immediate future plans. In the summer, I'll continue to work with Matt and continue doing my own landscaping on the side as well. That's it.
Nice job. So let's ask some questions. Who's got some questions for Chad?
Chatty?
So who's Matt?
Matt Stevens. You know him.
How early did you wake up to do this?
Depending on the day, sometimes like 7, 8, 9, whenever.
Whenever was needed?
Yep.
What was the most challenging thing that you think you did throughout these jobs? And like how many hours did it take you? And like what was the job?
Probably when we we had to rip up a bunch of bushes, and some trees, and then go plant them in the back of the yard, which was was a long day.
So you obviously liked it enough that Matt offered you a job opportunity and you took it for the summer. So what are you looking forward to as continuing your time with them?
Get into the fall, so get into the winter, so I don't have to do it anymore.
So the future plans are what again? After you leave high school?
Well, I'm gonna work with him in the summer, and then I'm going 2 years community college because I don't know what I want to do yet. So then transfer. Yeah, I don't know yet.
Anybody else have any questions?
No.
Thanks, Matt.
Good job, Team Matt.
My name is Nathan Marroquin, and this is my internship presentation. Where did I intern? I interned at Geraldine Johnson Elementary School in Bridgeport. Who was my site supervisor? My site supervisor was Mr. Perillo, who was the gym teacher there. I was working with him and his assistant, Mr. Williams, and they both taught me about what goes through being a gym teacher and the preparation they have to do every day and every morning. Why did I choose this site? I wanted to see what it's like to be in the work setting. Although I'm not currently considering being a teacher, I believe that it is a good idea to branch into other things and give things a try, as you never know what the future may hold, and you may end up liking something totally different from what you were set on. What is Geraldine Johnson School? Geraldine Johnson is a K-8 school. It's located in Bridgeport. The school is decently sized and has a population of about 800 students or so. My expectations prior to the internship. Before starting, I wanted to make sure I was on time and I gave effort every day. I wanted to improve my social skills by interacting with students and also my critical thinking skills to solve problems when they presented themselves. My responsibilities. One of my first responsibilities was to help set up the games for the kids to play. I would go in the storage room and bring out whatever was necessary for the games to be played. I was also responsible for assisting the gym teachers in explaining the games to the kids. I would demonstrate the games prior to playing. This was especially important for their younger groups, as sometimes they had trouble understanding. Leading stretches. I would help lead the stretches before the class started, so the kids would be warmed up before they got into the activities and the games. Excuse me. I feel like during my internship, I improved my social skills by dealing with kids in a real-world situation, and also learned to be more patient with the kids, as they did not understand a lot of things. Challenges. The most challenges I had to face was with the younger groups who had a hard time paying attention during stretches and while I was explaining the games. I overcame this by being patient with the kids and just taking their time to help them understand. Skills developed. Interacting with kids definitely helped me be more patient and also helped my leadership skills, as sometimes I would have to assist in leading a class. I also worked on communication skills by interacting with the different groups of kids. How it will help in the future. Working in a real-world environment definitely will help me in the future by giving me more experience in the real world and also working on my life skills. This will help me in the future to feel more confident in whatever career I choose as I already have some real-world experience now. Immediate future plans. I'll be attending Southern Connecticut State University and majoring in environmental science and figuring out a career and looking for a specific internship or even a job in that field. I can take my communication and other life skills learned from this internship and apply it to any situation life throws at me. That's all.
Questions for Nathan?
So were you interning with a gym teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was.
Was he a nice guy?
Yeah, he was nice.
What made you want to intern with a gym teacher although you're going into environmental science?
I just thought it would be smart to like just branch into that teaching career because a lot of people, you know, like they start out one career and just end up teaching what they majored in college. And I felt like it was a good idea just to get some experience with kids and stuff like that.
Did you have a favorite grade level?
I definitely liked like the older kids and stuff because they're like, you know, they would talk and stuff, and there some of them were funny.
Yeah.
And then the younger kids, like they kind of were, sometimes they didn't listen and stuff, so definitely the older kids.
When you were working with this particular gym teacher, did you see them use like certain tactics with kids that were a little more challenging, like to manage behaviors?
Yeah, if the kids were like too much, they would tell them just to sit out for 5 minutes or so, and when after those 5 minutes are done, they would tell them to come back in. And usually the kids will behave more because they realize like, oh, if I don't, I won't be able to play the game, especially with the younger kids. Yeah.
That's good. That's a tactic that clearly worked.
Yeah.
And my other question is, what are your plans for this summer? Like, what are you planning on doing in between now and when you start your environmental science track at Southern?
To be honest, just working. I have a job and then just going to like orientation and stuff like that. Really, I don't really have any like plans for like the summer. I just kind of just want to work.
Great plans
Yeah.
for the summer.
Yeah, just chill.
Awesome. Well, good job.
Thank you.
I'm Aubry Buglione, and I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School, and this is my final internship presentation.
I interned at the Milford Health Department and volunteered at the Milford Youth and Family Center. My site supervisors were Jennifer Clark-Lofters, who's the Community Health Coordinator, and Matt Bertoli, who's the Deputy Director of Health. I chose these sites because I was interested in learning a bit more about public health and contributing to community services. The health department focuses on public health, safety, and community wellness programs. The Youth and Family Center provides various prevention and intervention-based services to help families in our city. They do backpack donations, they have rent relief programs, and they also have a program where if you need extra money for groceries, they can give you a coupon to go to Stop and Shop. My responsibilities at the health department consisted mainly of data entry and organizing materials. I was also asked to create a hurricane awareness social media post and a summer wellness bulletin board for their office using Canva. My prior expectations to the Milford Health Department, I expected to be in a more structured office environment, which I was, where most of the work was behind a desk. I was hoping to learn more about how a public health office functions day to day and how they serve the community. I didn't expect to have much interaction with staff, but it would have been interesting to go out.
I'd like to announce the winners of today's class elections. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for participating. Races were very close as usual. You guys are all winners here at Jonathan Law. You guys all have a voice. Doesn't matter who the officers are that are elected. You are always able to participate and have a voice in your class. Start out with the class of 2028. Senators Amanda Putnam, Marroquin Triboni, Tenzin Gakin. For Treasurer, Emma Ciccarelli. Secretary, Evelyn Rossi. Vice President, Janelle DeMea. And your President for class of 2028, Corey Aikenhead. Class of 2027, your Senators, Rish Kaduri, Sadie Timony. Your Treasurer, Aiden Ramos. Secretary, Elizabeth Ramsauer. Your Vice President, Cole.
As I was saying, I didn't expect to have much interaction with staff, but it would have been interesting to go out on an inspection, which they had brought up a few times, but it never happened. My site experience at the Youth and Family Center. While at the Youth and Family Center, my responsibilities were to pack backpacks with school supplies for their annual donation to students in our city that are in need. In addition to that, I was asked to verify packages that were ordered to make sure they were correct, so I would take the receipt and count everything that was there to make sure it came in. My prior expectations, I didn't think there would be much direct interaction with families or children, but I did expect more physical, task-based work like sorting supplies or setting up for events. I also had a feeling that it would be more of a relaxed environment and less structured than the health department. I look forward to helping the community, something more heart-centered and people-focused. Accomplishments and challenges. Accomplishments, I learned Canva design basics. I helped improve organization for the team. I learned to verify orders, improved speed and accuracy in data entry, and I was giving back to the community. My challenges, working in an administrative environment and adjusting to its pace and learning to multitask. Skills and growth. This experience contributed to my intellectual growth and sense of responsibility. It helped me to develop skills in time management, organization, and communication. I also got to learn about the broader side of healthcare, how health education, prevention programs, and data tracking help keep communities safe. My future plans are to pursue a major in nursing. Even though this internship was not in a clinical setting, it gave me valuable insight and skills that connect well with a future in nursing. It definitely confirmed that I want to be hands-on with patients and help people directly with their health, but it gave me a better understanding of how different parts of the health system support that goal and gave me more of a reason to pursue nursing with a purpose.
Thank you, brought up some really good points there, but who's got questions?
Do you want to be a nurse when you're older?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have a specialty in mind?
I want to go into oncology. Yeah.
I should pair you up with my sister. She's been an oncology nurse for many, many
Really?
years. Yes.
What's that?
Cancer.
Did you enjoy your internship?
I enjoyed being at the Youth and Family Center. That was better than the health department. The health department was a little boring.
I think for what you were looking for, again, more of that, like you were saying, heart-centered.
Well, I also went from going to clinicals to working behind a desk, so it's very different.
But to your point, right, that's a good comparison to make. So now you've really like firmed up that you know you want to be patient care, which is great, but that you see the value and all the things that go on behind like the scenes with certain things in different areas of healthcare, which is great. So you kind of know all the players. Could you tell me something like, again, you've taken part in like CNA and all those cool classes here. What's something from like one of your classes at law that you feel like gave you a leg up in doing your internship?
Definitely CNA. I mean, that class taught me how to like manage my time and be very responsible. I mean, you're working with real life people, you're taking care of real people, so it's more serious. So it's like the health department's a serious place. It's a government building. It's not just any other building. So.
Right. Yeah, that's great. Great example. All right. Nice job, Aubry.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rhoda, and I'm attending Southern Connecticut State University in the fall. Where did I intern? I interned at the VA West Haven Hospital. What is the VA West Haven Hospital? The West Haven VA Medical Center is a part of the VA Connecticut healthcare system. It provides medical care to U.S. military veterans, including primary care, mental health services, and specialized treatments. It also is a teaching hospital affiliated with Yale Medical Health School. Who was my site supervisor? Michael Lejeune was my site supervisor. He's a volunteer specialist and he takes care of like the Veterans Administration, and he runs like different programs. And he's running a program in the summer called Summer Youth Program. Why I chose this site, I've always been interested in healthcare and wanted to get a real look of what it's like inside a hospital. I also like the idea of being able to help people directly, and this internship gave me the chance to support them. My expectations, I thought I was just gonna be watching people do their jobs, maybe doing some simple tasks here and there. I didn't think I would have like big responsibilities or be doing anything really hands-on. I knew I had like contact with patients, but I didn't realize how direct it would be. I just expected it to kind of stay in the background and observe how things work. What I actually did, I was mainly helping with patient transport. So if someone needed to go to cardiology, then I would get a wheelchair and take them from building 2 to building 1, use the elevator, go to the ground floor and bring them where they needed to be. And I would like check them in and then go back to the lobby. And then I also worked at the front desk a lot. I would like answer phone calls from staff who needed a chair or had a patient that needs to be picked up. So I would just grab a chair, go find the person and bring them where they needed to go. And then I also had a chance to like shadow a nurse for a little bit. I watched her take care of patients and saw how much like goes into the job. Things that she did was like checking in on patients, taking their vitals, and updating like documentary and stuff. Accomplishments. One thing was learning how to talk to patients and staff professionally. At first, I was really nervous about picking up calls or giving directions. I also got good at moving around the hospital since the VA is like a really big place and it's like really easy to get lost. Getting to shadow was also a big accomplishment for me. It gave me a real look into the healthcare and helped me see what it's like to be part of the clinical side. Struggles, the biggest one was just figuring out how to get around the hospital. It was kind of stressful because I didn't want to take patients the wrong way or get lost. Sometimes things would get busy and it was like hard to keep up with all the requests, but I just stayed calm and focused on doing one thing at a time. Skills I developed, time management, making sure I showed up on time, was there when I needed to be, and stayed organized throughout the day. Communication, talking to patients, answering phones, and speaking with staff helped me learn how to stay professional and clear. Problem solving, when things got busy or when someone needed help fast, I had to stay calm and think quickly and just figure things out. All of that helped me, and in the end I was just working independently, taking initiative and not second-guessing myself. How this will help me in the future, after this experience, I know for sure that I want to work in a hospital setting or be involved in patient care. It gave me a head start by letting me to see how things work behind the scenes and how patients are moved, how departments communicate, and how important every role is in healthcare. I learned a lot of useful skills too, like how to stay professional, manage time, and handle multiple things at once. Also, just being around patients and staff every day showed me that I actually enjoy helping people directly. So that's really something I want to keep doing. And how this affected my schedule. This affected my schedule because I still had to come in for my medical terminology class. I had to take tests, assignments to submit, and projects to work on for that class. And I decided to come to school around like 7 or 7:30, 7:20 to go class and then get my work done, and then leave around 9 or 10 to head to the VA. It wasn't easy, but it taught me how to manage my time and stay focused and be more responsible with everything I had going on. And what I'm doing after internship, I'm planning to get a job over the summer at the VA as a CNA, which will help me continue learning and building experience in the healthcare setting. And in August, I'll be attending Southern Connecticut State University, and I'll be majoring in biology on pre-med track.
Rhoda, did you have like a favorite patient that you've met over this last little bit?
Yeah, I had one. He was like, I think he was like 70 or something, and I think he works at like UConn for like the administration. So he was really nice.
Yeah.
He was really nice. Yeah.
Had a nice conversation.
Yeah, about college and stuff. Yeah.
When you were shadowing with the nurse, how different was it in that clinical setting versus the clinical setting that you were in nursing?
It was mostly the same because we were at a nursing home, but the only thing that was different was like since it's a hospital, it's like really packed and like there was like a lot of people, and then like it was, I would say it was just like more organized than Savita. Yeah. Yeah.
What was your favorite part about your internship?
Just transporting people and talking to them. Yeah. And getting to see like departments of the hospital. Yeah.
You said you were doing pre-med track. Do you have thoughts about what you would like to do after you're done with your undergrad?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still exploring.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, nice job, Laura.
my internship experience. I've been a senior here at law.
Okay.
I've been a senior here at law for 4 years. I've been primarily focused in the medical field in this past year as I plan to pursue a career in that area, including recently earning my certification as a nurse aide. This fall I plan to start my major in the field of medicine or business. I did my internship at the Veterans Health Administration, which is in West Haven. I chose the VA because I'd already worked in a medical setting for my CNA training, and I knew that that was something that I wanted to continue. Well, that had primarily been working in personal care with the patients directly. I wanted to try a different area of the business because I'd seen it working there. I was connected with the VA already through the Medic Alliance Club here, and I thought interning there would be a great option for my goals because it met most of those requirements. The location was an appropriate distance to drive to every day, which was convenient as the hours were during the times that I was already used to working. But there was flexibility, so it was more open for my schedule. And I could maintain that Monday to Friday to keep me on track and help manage my time. I knew the general services that the VA offered outside of the direct care, which was in the hospital units, but they also had transportation to and from the building, so the patients can get there. They offer a cab and bus, and there's food service. They have a cafeteria with all different types for each patient. And they also distribute smaller goods, like they have bags that they hand out there with basic items for inpatients and outpatients as they come and go. I thought it would be aiding in some of these services, which is mostly how it turned out, but there were also things that I didn't expect that I was able to help with. Most of my day, since the hospital has an expansive campus, there were several buildings with several levels and all different kinds of units far apart from each other. Most of the incoming patients had trouble with getting there on their own, and there were a bunch of chairs that we would use to guide the patients there. One had to locate exactly where their appointment was. And there was all different types of people for a range of reasons. When I would enter in the main lobby, I would wait for each patient there and help them check in with the other employees. And once I located where it was, wheeling them there could take some time. And sometimes on the way, we'd run into patients that had spontaneous transportation needs, which could take up to half an hour before I returned. So I was able to complete several of these throughout the day, and each trip came with all types of different experiences. I was glad I got the opportunity to work with individuals in each unit of the hospital. Some of them, and one that stands out to me was when I was in the hospice sector, because it was really nice to see the areas that they set up for the patients to make them comfortable, and it was a different feel on that level. Even with the lighting was different, and they had decorations, and it really felt like it was at home. And I was shown around the spaces that they had for visitors and where they could just relax. It definitely improved my communication skills because I was working with all different types of people throughout the day. I met so many different people. And when I started work in a place with a system I was unfamiliar with and amongst new employees, showed me really problem solving, and they taught me organization through the files. When patients would come in to be checked in, we had to mark where they were going and if they got there. And it really helped with adapting to all the different challenges that came up. I know my internship at the Veterans Administration has given me a lot of useful experience in a business setting in the medical field, and it's definitely prepared me for future employment or other internships, especially in working as part of a team, which can be applied to every aspect of my life, but especially in career in terms of working.
Questions for Callie?
Did you like your internship?
Yes, I learned a lot. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Different experience than what I was used to.
Any questions for Rhoda? I'm gonna ask the same question I asked Rhoda, which is, did you have like a favorite patient or patient you feel like you connected more to?
Not in particular. A lot of the patients were actually pretty interesting, and they had some unusual conversations.
I bet some were funny and some were probably, not exactly what you were imagining. Was it a lot of like older individuals? Did you feel like you spent most of your time with,
Yes.
older individuals? I really like that you brought up the hospice care and the description of that space. So could you imagine yourself being in that kind of like area at some point, or you just were observant and thought, oh, that's interesting?
It was just really nice to see how they made it comforting for everyone, and even people who were really struggling could feel comfortable there.
Nice to see. All right, nice job, Callie.